gonna be good. I don't think it is. This phone gets shit service. Oops. Said the S word already. Whoopsie doodles. Did it even alert? I don't think it did. It's not showing up. Oh, there's people in chat though. What's up, Z? What's up, Nami? You guys got alerted, obviously. I didn't get an alert. Am I clear? Not really. Kind of laggy, right? I don't know, man. The rooms are laggy, apparently, I had him switch my room, too. This is like the third time I've switched my room. Recently, I mean. Stream completely clear, though. Not on my end. Although this phone I have lagged out there because I was trying to pin that so I can read who's commenting. I gotta fix my screen. I dropped it at Dunkin' and broke my screen. Have I ever been to Florida? No, I've never left New England. Never left New England, unfortunately. Unfortunately for me, I've never left the state of New England, or the states of New England. What's up, True Patriot Man? I figured I could give you guys an hour or two before bed. Where's V, you mean? He's in his room. What do you mean? I mean Massachusetts. No, I mean like I've been to all the states in New England. New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. Nowhere else. Except for when I was a baby. Apparently we lived in West Virginia for a little while. I did. We built shelves for V. It was fun. We fucked up a couple of times, but we got it. We got it. She's not my sidekick either. She's a main character. She's a main character in the show. The show of life. New England's not in Massachusetts. No, New England is many states. We didn't get Chinese when we were driving there. He didn't want Chinese because I said that I thought he would be unimpressed with the restaurant we were going to because it was in the town I grew up in. And it's all right, but I just said I think you're going to be unimpressed, V. And then he's like, I don't want to go there anymore. So we went to the smokehouse, and when we went in there and looked at their menu, like none of us really wanted anything that they had. So then we went to a pizza restaurant in Bristol that I used to go to as a kid. I did a lot of driving. Now I'm just exhausted. Gotta find something to listen to fall asleep to. This is night stream. I gotta shut those fucking lights off too. They're awfully bright. The ceiling ones. I am tired. I'm very tired. I almost didn't start stream up. But some people like when I sleep stream. I don't think I'm going to keep it going all night, but I'll keep it going as long as I can. I just lay in bed and talk to you guys while I'm listening to something to fall asleep to. I know most of you haven't been in here for sleep streams. It's not letting you like my videos. What do you mean? You have to click on it and hit the like button. Click on the top and then hit the like button up where he sees us all is. Click on the like he sees us all logo. It should let you like it. phone was lagging. My phone's lagging. I told you. It's going to do that off and on. What's your normal name, Fixin'? It's your app. I don't know why it does. Yeah, it's... Oh, it's your phone? Alright. It breaks up a little bit off and on. I'll go on live because I can't find you? What do you mean? It is a miracle I'm on at night. That it is. Let me turn this big light off. Way too bright. Way too fucking bright. So is this one though, quite honestly. So is this one. Ugh. I gotta find a spot within the hotel where my phone doesn't lag out. Dinner was good, Homer, dude. We went to I got a card in my bra. We went to a restaurant that I used to go to a lot as a kid. Like a lot. Because we were driving into Bristol anyway. I was like, he told me he wanted me to pick somewhere, and because all I said was I thought he would be unimpressed with the Chinese. I don't know. I think so. It's not that laggy. Maybe. I don't like doing sleep streams. I'm always tired, and I don't have as much to say. By the end of the day, I'm just like worn down. Yeah, we ended up going to a pizza restaurant. I have some pizza over there that I took home. Your dinner tonight came from a gumball machine? It wasn't a date. Me, Cassie, and B went. Wasn't a date. I am up, Eric. I am up. That I am. You have magpies? That's cool. Magpies are fucking cool ass birds. They have them in Maine, like wildly. Leave my boobies alone, dude. Leave them alone. Like, okie dokie. And what begins? Yeah, all the crazy. Yeah, it dies down after a while, Homer, dude. It's only when I first start streaming, people come in and do their little bit of trolling. Have I ever been to Hampton Beach? In Hampton Beach? No. Told you I never left New England. Oh, yours are wild? I see. Have a good night, birds. Have a good night. Glad you stopped in. I like feeding birds too, the wild ones. I don't have any of my own birds, but I feed wild ones. Not anymore. I used to. This is a more familiar name to me. What do you mean? You can go, bro. Have a seat. What's up, Bree? I had a snake as a pet when I was a kid. It's the Motel, Hotel, Holiday Inn. Not no-tell. Motel. Motel, Hotel, Holiday Inn. Oh, is fetus baby in Latin? I didn't know that. I should tell Cassie that. I should definitely tell that to Cassie because I guarantee she doesn't know that either. Because she was saying she was offended when her doctor called it a fetus. So I can almost guarantee she doesn't know that. I'm having a good night. I'm not Cassie, bro. I'm not Cassie. Blondie is Cassie. Got any good fetus recipes? Oof. Oof, bro. Oof. They don't have a hot tub at this hotel. I wish they did. I have my appointment in the morning and then I'll stream during the day. The first thing in the morning, well, not first thing in the morning, at like 9:20 or something like that. I have a doctor's appointment. I'll stream in the morning and then I'll stream after my appointment. Hang with you guys for a bit. And then I'm not going to be streaming for like a week or so. Okay, Homer, dude. I'll be streaming at lunchtime. For sure, I'll be streaming then. Oh, shit. I got 2 cards now. Have a good night too, Mark. Yeah, I don't know. Fix it maybe about a week. Or maybe this weekend. I don't know, dude. I just can't be streaming every day. Like, I can't be. Just can't. Can't fucking mentally handle it every day. It's a lot. Like, you guys don't understand what it's like being trolled all day, every day, by randos on the internet. And like, not everybody trolls me, and I get that. And I am slowly learning to, like, just ignore the shit and read more positive comments or read comments that aren't being trolly or aren't being invasive or being however. You know, and I ignore shit, but then sometimes when I ignore shit, those people will start being like, oh, see, you know it's true because she won't say anything. And it's like, oh, for God's sakes. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Work at the DMV. Their jobs aren't that bad. You gotta have an appointment to go to the DMV now in Connecticut. So their jobs aren't bad at all. Do I think of you guys in my sleep? Not when I'm sleeping. Just dropping in, not saying anything mean. Thanks, Jordan. Did I ever sue the one dude for recording me? No. No. I wouldn't even know how to find the guy that was recording me every day. Wouldn't know how to go about it. No, they don't complain about my driving. Why would they? What's wrong with my driving? No, I don't have a boyfriend. No, I do not. What's wrong with my driving, Homer, dude? Is that bad? I don't think it's that bad. The Connecticut streets are horrible. It's busy. Connecticut's highly populated, so the streets are always very busy. It's extremely busy. I don't think my driving's that bad. I'd be paying attention to you guys sometimes in driving, but I only I only read chat when the car is stopped. I don't know if I should go outside for a cigarette before I actually go to sleep or if I should just say fuck it and not go outside. I only get off the wrong exit 3 times before I get home. I mean, kind of. Thanks, Booth. No, V is not. Today's subject, sips coffee. I want some coffee. I can drink coffee and go right to sleep. That's why you don't play the lottery. I wish I could win the lottery. I would buy a small house too. I wouldn't even get a big one. The weather's good. It's a little cold out right now. It's a little on the chilly side. The weather's not bad. Sorry, I'm reading you guys down here. So I can't really see you with the light on. It's kind of ruining it. This light here. Then I would never know if the love I had was real. Oh, I mean, I would still know. For sure, you would know. And it would be a lot harder to find real love if you were rich. But you would know. Carlos, how about you go take a fucking seat, bro? I'll give you a seat if you keep your shit up. I have real friends. And people here are cool too. Like, whatever, bro. It's hot as fuck in Texas. I bet it is. I don't think I could live in like Arizona or Texas or New Mexico. And I'm sure Southern Florida's pretty bad too. I also couldn't live in like Canada or the tippity top of Maine or like any of those states that get colder than Connecticut because Connecticut gets cold enough for me. I fucking hate the cold. Absolutely. Hey, Rage. Hey, Ann. I'm compelling. No, I would not live in LA. Dinner was amazing. I have some here. I don't think I snore, Anthony. And no, I'm not gonna, because I have to plug in my other phone. So I'm not gonna sleep stream. Got caught by my eyes. Damn, those eyes, huh? I don't know what it is, but it's always the eyes. Ahoy, fucking Biggie. I almost said the real truth. Same thing. Now it's both. Ahoy there, matey. Ahoy. Big eye. I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna show nothing. Sorry. What you eating, Rage? I had pizza And I had mozzarella sticks too, but they weren't sticks. They were like little triangles of mozzarella, and they were really thick. It was like this thick, filled with mozzarella cheese. And shit filled me up. Filled me right the fuck up. Baked potato and mac and cheese. That's a lot of carbs. I like carbs too, though. I used to, when I was a kid, I used to put my mac and cheese on fucking white bread and eat it. I loved it on white bread. West End, Andrew. West End. Brought back a lot of childhood memories. My dad took me there all the time. You don't like West End, Andrew? Are you serious? I love their pizza. But again, my dad took me there as a child all the time, so it's very nostalgic for me. How do you not like West End? V enjoyed it, yeah. V and Cassie both liked it. They said it was really good pizza. Bristol's got the best pizza, though, Andrew. He wanted, you know where he wanted to go? He wanted to go to that Chinese buffet in Stop and Shop Plaza. Pavilion's good. I like Pavilion. My dad used to live upstairs from there, so I ate a lot of that pizza as a kid, too. There's apartments on top of the Pavilion. My dad lived in one. So I ate a lot of Pavilion pizza, too, growing up. When we lived up on Woodbine, we ate West End all the time, but there was a point in time before Woodbine that he lived upstairs from the Pavilion, and he used to run downstairs and get pizza when I slept over his house on the weekends. So I can share. Big E should share it though because I share it and people say it doesn't work for them. Some people, I think it's because I have an iPhone. I can share it though, but not everybody gets in with my link. People who couldn't get in with my link got in with the Big E's. Hold on. I will share it. Okay. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. Invite. Copy link. Open stream. Post link. Oh, you got it. Here's my link. Although, again, I don't think people can click on mine. Yes, I am, Jose. Yes, I am. But I think Big E's link will work better than mine because I'm pretty sure it's because I have an iPhone. I'm almost positive. It's because I have an iPhone. Oh, wait. All right, so there's something behind me. Look out, it's watching me. It probably is. I believe you. I believe you. That's the scary part. Okay, so if I met a guy and he asked me to quit doing live, would I? Yeah, if he was the right guy. Absolutely. I'm guessing if I met a guy, he wouldn't want to be on my streams, so I wouldn't be live often anyway. Like, I don't force people to go on stream with me. And when people want me to stop and they're my friend, I will stop streaming. Like, B didn't want me to stream us eating dinner, so I stopped streaming. He wanted to just all of us be able to chat and not be on stream, so I stopped. I wouldn't be alone. Right? Can exes be friends? Yeah. They can be. But it's not very likely. Extremely what? Your ex is no friend, Andrew? Yeah, it's not very likely that exes are friends. Like, people usually stay away from them. Sometimes that's like when you have kids with somebody, no matter what, you're always going to cross each other. Epstein jailbait. Mm. It is, Mark. My eyes aren't green. They're blue-gray. They're not green. 100% not green. A smile. I don't like nice smiles, especially when they're not real smiles. No, children aren't a bad thing, but it definitely complicates situations, Homer, dude. It's complicated. Becomes very, very complicated. You know? It very quickly complicates things. A lot. But it is what it is. It's fucking life, dude. It's very hard, Andrew. Very, very hard. All right, Star Jones, you just said magic word to get banned. Peace out. Caught ya, you little fucker. I don't even think it was a child. I think people just say that shit because I'm gonna tell you something. No child goes into a live and just announces I'm 12. They just don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was 12 on the internet, I was like 17 female CT in chat rooms. Like, there ain't no 12-year-old coming into a live stream with their first comment being, I'm 12. That's people trying to get my videos in trouble. That's an easy one to figure out. It is what it is. Oh, you got him, Rage. I was trying to get Gary, but the chat disappeared on me. You got him. Oh, that is kind of fucked up, Andrew. Damn. You're 12 inches, fix it. Oh, shit. Yeah, the only people that get perma bans are the ones dating their kids. Sometimes, I think the only time we've actually found kids is in here is when we mistakenly find them because they'll be talking a certain kind of way and we'll be like, are you a kid? And then they'll be like, yeah, I'm 15, why? Or I'm 14, why? And then it's like, oh, permaban. Remember car edits? Car Edits made like fucking 12 accounts one day when I permabanned them. They said they were like 14 or something like that. Most people in here do have kids or wives or lives and their own fucking places, and most people in here are 100% adults. I'm very aware of that. My videos are not recommended to children in any way, shape, or form. So that I'm very sure of. Like I have settings that I set before I start up the live stream. It's not supposed to be recommended to any kids. Oops, I keep scrolling by accident. Yeah, I'm a child too, Andrew, if we're gonna say it that way. Like, I'm a child too, bro. Me too. When am I doing sleep stream? I'm not gonna do sleep streams anymore. I think they kind of kill the channel. Because at some point in the middle of the night, there ends up being like 2 to 3 people watching, and I think it's people who just fell asleep with me. Um, and the chat stops rolling, and it's not good for your analytics. No, John Wicked, stop telling me to sell my car. I wouldn't have a car then. What the fuck would I do that for? I kind of need a car. There's adult males and then there's men. That's very true. No, I do not snore all night. I just told you why. Yeah, sleep streams on Discord now. 100%. You just don't get to watch me sleeping, but that's where people can chat in the middle of the night, all night long. It's just like this chat. The only difference is you don't see my face. Like, I'm not sitting right there, but you guys can all chat in there. Discord's cool. This one won't get deleted, even if there's fucking drama. Drama doesn't mean delete, 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 delete. What do you mean, what happened? What happened? Discord can be fun. Like, Discord is stuff isn't like, it's, YouTube is kind of strict about certain things. And in Discord, it doesn't have to be like that. Like, I want it to be a space where people can joke around and take it as a joke. Like, should be taken as a joke. Not showing nips. And I'm not a prostitute, bro. Yeah, click the link. Biggie, put the link in again. Click it. Here, I'll share it too, because if you have an iPhone, maybe it didn't show up. So there. People with iPhones click Dial Little Bit's link, and people with Androids or on their computer click Big E's link. What's the point of the live stream? You don't have to be here, bro. It's just chilling. The point, you know what the point of the live stream is? You guys. That's the point. You guys. Chat. Chat is the point. Like 100% chat's the point of the live stream. All right, I'm gonna go out and have one cigarette, and then we're going to bed. I'm going to bed anyway. I might end up falling asleep with my phone on. I hope not, because then my phone that I listen to sleep, because I play fucking videos to fall asleep, is gonna fucking die on me. And that'll suck balls. I don't want it to die on me. I'm gonna take my sleeping meds. I'm gonna take them now, because they take a while to kick in. Oh, I got Zins. Then I would need something to spit into. I would definitely need something to spit into if I did that. Oh, come on, man. Why can't I find anything? Hold on. Hold on. Perfect angle, right? Definitely got laggy. Ooh, when I threw you down. All right. Swallow my Zyn. Isn't that like terrible for you to swallow your Zyn? I feel like that's really bad for you. I feel like you could destroy your stomach that way. Oh, fuck. I wanted to shut the camera off. It's too late now. I hope I didn't fucking do it again. That's all right. Oh, it's cold. I'm not gonna smoke a whole cigarette. I definitely want to just go to bed. Sniff wet. I should have the pouch. But I don't have anything to spit. There's cups up there, though. I could have spit into the cup. I'm only taking a few drags of this. It's cold out here. It's very cold out here. It's in Connecticut, and it's cold. It's already chilly up here, dude. I don't swallow the spit. Smoke a Newport 50, that's what I'm doing. I know it's still summer, but it's like chilly tonight. It's definitely chilly. I'm in Connecticut. I'm north. I'm in northern U.S. And it ain't even that north, but... Is it 61, really? I feel cold. Okay, I can see my breath. Just like, it's 61 apparently. Andrew would be right. He's in Connecticut too, so he's right. It's 61. I should have brought a blanket out with me. Really cold right now. Fish a little. I am like all American mutt. Purebred American mutt. Yeah, fucking, there's definitely, I don't know. Should be better, my bad. I know, I see I lost half a chat, so I see that we, buffered out. That's alright, I'm only gonna stay live for a couple hours tonight. Bigfoot got me. This is good camping weather, because it's good sleeping weather. When it's not, like, super hot, it's good sleeping weather. 100% good camping weather. Thanks, Anthony Lee. Hi, Ronnie. Hi, Dutchland. Hi, Joseph. Absolutely best sleeping weather. Hi, Uncle Clayton. I'm doing okay, Ronnie. I had pizza earlier from a place I went as the next is shoes. That's what I'm gonna get next. Because there is a hole in my shoe. I feel like I should have gotten shoes sooner. Should have waited as long as I did. Andrew, it's not horrible pizza. Listen, maybe it's just nostalgic for me. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing. Because Pavilion's got good pizza too. I definitely think the Pavilion's good. All right, I put my cigarette out. We're going to lay down and listen to some Joe Rogan or something. Although I feel like I'll definitely get a copyright on Joe Rogan. I didn't on Creepcast last night. And I do like Papa Meat's voice. It helps me sleep. He's got a very soothing voice. Love Papa Meat. Skee ball. I don't know where I don't even know how to play skee ball. Are you talking about like a Chuck E. Cheese skee ball? Where you throw it up the thing? I wouldn't know where they would have a place that's not Chuck E. Cheese. And it would be a little weird to go there without a cat. I don't think they let you in if you don't have a cat. Here to play some skee ball. I think there's a Dave and Buster's somewhere in Connecticut. Somewhere. Over the rainbow. Na na na. Somewhere over the rainbow. Da 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 da. Ooh, I don't want to mix these keys up. Like a fucking tard. Alright, hold on. You got drunk and punched an animatronic in the face once? That's fucking hilarious, dude. They were scary though, Fixa. The animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese are fucking really scary looking. Like, they're scary looking little fuckers. Alright, I gotta turn on the other light. I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see me with the other light on, but I can't see you guys. Alright, I have to shut this one off because I can't see you guys. You can see me, right? Yeah, you can see me. Okay. We're good. We're good. Oh, it's laggy though. Give me a second. I can fix the lag. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. Should be better now. I have you balanced on my fucking drink because I have the charger plugged in. Plugged. I can't speak. Okay. Should be better. Clearer, I mean. Yes, please like the stream. Where's this? Did I even say it right? Where is that? I don't know where that is. Took my sockies off. I can't sleep with socks on. So uncomfortable. This stream is choppy, or is it this phone? Is it choppy for you guys? It is blurry, right? Fuck, dude. I'm trying. Alright, let's see how this looks now. Give it a second. It lags. There is a delay. This is a little bit better. Yeah, that's better, right? Better now? Yeah, damn T-Mobile. It looks clear now. There's such a delay. There's like a 30-second delay. You want to go, J-Bag? Unchop it now. Chop. I did. It is unchopped. It's better now. If it's not better for you, scroll up and come back real quick. Just go boop, boop. And then it'll clear up. All right. So, what Creepcast story are we listening to tonight? Which one? I like listening to Joe Rogan too, but I feel like I'll get a copyright if I listen to Joe Rogan to fall asleep. I have to plug this phone in. So I'm going to have to unplug that phone. Mother Horse Eyes was a good one. It's like 12 hours long. These ones will have ads. I wanted it to be the continue watching. So I don't really need to see it. I just need to be able to hear it. Oh, there's always freaks in the chat. Always. It's just how it be sometimes. Wubby sleep aid. I don't think Pay Money Wubby's a good one to fall asleep to. I really don't. For goodness sakes, come on. There we go. Continue watching. What's 1999? I was going to watch that one last night, and someone told me to watch Gregory 88. Joe Rogan, Bob Lazar episode. I've listened to that more than once. It was a good one.
Today we are talking about 1999 creepypasta. Also, it's known as either Caledon Local 21 or Mr. Bear Seller. Yes. Right? Yes.
I got a dono? Shit, where? No Toes. I can't heart it because it was a sticker. Thank you, No Toes. Oh, I lost what I was watching. There we go. Thank you, No Toes. Thank you. How are you this evening? What did Down syndrome say? I missed it. What's going on in chat tonight? We got a lot going on here. Looks like a very interesting rack. Thanks. It's only interesting because I'm laying down and I'm squishing it with one arm. That's the only reason it looks interesting right now. Rack's not that interesting. No, Marshall. Are you Charlie? I don't think that's the way Charlie says it. I think Charlie says it differently. That's all right, Rage. We can't win them all. No, you're good. You're good, Marshall. Thank you, Burn. Hello, Kurt. Am I okay? I'm okay. I'm just tired. It's late. I'm ready to crash out soon. I figured I would stream one more time today. One more time. Favorite color, purple. No, I don't like doing it all night, No Toes, because once it gets down to like 2 to 5 people in chat starts moving really slow. I think it's bad for analytics when it starts moving too slow. You're coming to crash with me? I got plenty of room. Just kidding.
Let's go. I'm so excited. Also, to everyone who
Just kidding.
remember to keep doing the thing you're doing on audio platforms because more people keep.
Can you guys hear the phone?
Pretty cool. So.
Or no?
Yeah. If you want to keep that up, thanks. If not, well, I don't care. I support. I just like when people listen to us regardless. But the audio platforms on Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
Can you hear it?
Been awesome, and we've been seeing a lot of
a little
there. So if you want to go give us a listen there and give us a nice little rating and stuff. It means
yes.
The world to us. You all are fantastic. And like, sometimes I'll be talking.
I should do other things, listen to other things with you guys and talk about it.
I just wish I could grab their tender little necks and just break them and it'd just be over. And I'm like, no, these people.
But I love Papa Meat. Wendigoon's cool too, but I like Papa Meat better.
I want to clarify and say I did not
yes.
say that. I say he said it's true. You heard him. He said it. He said it. No.
Like Papa Meat's voice, very soothing, very, very relaxing, very like.
I check out the Reddit and stuff and see
just puts me right to sleep.
Going on there.
Love it.
Different kinds of edits too, and it's really, really, really cool to see. So I look forward to all of them. So please keep making them and making my belly jiggle with laughter.
Yes.
I'm not going to.
Once I shut this off, this Discord is where chat continues.
Weird, but keep making me laugh in a normal way.
I should always go into Discord and let you guys know when I'm going live too. Like, hey, going live. I should definitely do that because it doesn't always alert everybody. Hi, Baker. T and Baker. Hi, Dino. Papa meets your real dad.
Smash Mouth's Astro Lounge.
You posted the live today. Thank you, Rach.
And he's like, reminds
I don't
me
know
of
if I could.
that song
Yeah, I could
also
post the live in
by
Discord.
Midnight.
That's what I'll do. When I go live, after I post the link, I'll post the live in Discord.
It's like the guy wrote it and he was like, this is a timeless reference. This will never ever age.
What the hell am I doing? Laying down, man.
It certainly won't wind up in a popular DreamWorks film and ruin its reputation for.
Am I lagging?
Yes.
Am I lagging? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, all right. Let's get into it. I'm so ready. Let's begin.
I am too, man.
The year is
I ain't lagging.
1999.
Chat's not lagging.
My senior year
Oh, I did lose a bunch in chat though. Am I lagging?
We used to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind. However, as a memory that will not go away no matter how I try to forget it. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth.
This is why I don't bring you guys inside. Not to you? Okay.
The early loss of my childhood innocence.
I move you just a little bit and it lags the fuck out. Those are curtains.
With that new or old TV. At the time, Pokemon was the latest fad in the industry. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and the most popular, the TV show.
Pokemon. What are we talking about?
I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30, and Pokemon episodes were back to back, which meant I had to miss an episode every day, something I whined on and on about.
It depends. One common view. It depends.
That must be why.
I'm not gonna tell you what motel because then people call the cops on me. So we don't do that anymore. Like I don't dox myself anymore. I had too many people call cops on me. No, I am not, Alan. I am not.
Small boob tube, with rabbit ears even. It also only had 20 channels available.
100% am not.
The channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care.
Oh, that background. This is Papa Meat and it's Creepcast.
After surfing through the
Papa Meat and Wendigoon.
that only channel 2 TVO Kids was worth watching, so I
Thanks,
watched it
Alex.
for a while. It wasn't for another 2 months until I discovered.
I'm at the Ritz-Carlton. That's funny.
One day in April, I was flipping through the channels trying to see if Pokemon was on. I pressed channel 21 into the remote.
This is, I need you to understand that this is not scamming. Scamming would be me offering you something and then not giving it to you.
It seemed to have kids programs.
No, I don't have a
The
boyfriend.
channel was called Caledon.
Oh, hold on. Let me mod him, you're right. Hang on a second. Biggie, manage. Edit role, moderator, save. Got him. He is modded.
And later, I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The shows I saw on Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood
Got you, Biggie.
what was going on in them half the time.
Mod Fixa on Discord. Fixa says Mod Fixa on Discord. Where are you, Fixa? You haven't said nothing in a while. There you are. Manage. There you go. Got you, bro.
As I grew up, every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and
Got
more
you.
how messed up the shows were, and I had to ask myself. Oh, this is a quote. Do you want to do the quote?
Oh my god, I watched this one.
What the fuck was I watching?
Thank you. I know there's not a ton of quotes in this story, so I don't want to rob you of that moment.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And after that,
I've seen
we
this
get to
one.
our first show. But so far, what do you think of it? How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels similar to that Channel Zero thing, kind of about like some kind of show or some kind of like.
My name is Joe,
Where children are watching
and I must go turn the air
some kind of
conditioner on.
programs, and it's a lot more
Fuck.
than what they remembered, or even like as kids, it might have messed with them. It's kind of the direction I'm going, but I'm not sure.
It reminds
I don't want to get up right now.
premise-wise, it reminds
I'm
me
so
a lot of,
comfortable, but
Camp
it's
Cove.
warm in here.
Yeah, there you go, Camp Cove. Yep. Because that was the whole thing
sucks. Alright, I gotta get up. Fuck. Oh, my legs, my body. My legs, my body, my back. This sucks. How do I even turn this one on?
He's like one of the Mount Rushmore heads of early internet horror. So like I think he's incorporated it into some of his other writings and stuff like that. But yeah, the core premise of the original Candle
Like
Ghost.
that, I suppose. Just like that. Now it's all loud in here. Because of the ear. Oh shit, I shut my phone. Ow!
Wanting to watch something. Obviously, we haven't gotten into it, but I like the idea.
Pain in my ass.
Of like, it's a very intimate moment. Or like that. Even I remember that coming home, and it's like your kind of like ritual that you do, and like the relationship between you and these shows is something where it's like therapeutic.
Ow! I just fucking punched the headboard. That hurt.
Kind of put that twist. It's just fun. Yeah, I always.
I want a warm oil massage.
Alright, so let's get into the first.
I would love a massage.
April 1999.
Bob's.
Episode 12.
The
Very
bobs are
sketchy
hidden.
name if you
Sorry.
look at it
Need the comfy
nowadays.
pillow.
The show featured a guy wearing a bear mascot costume.
Are you all here for the
Get a
bobs?
visitor into his cell.
I know my girls aren't here for the bobs.
God. Oh no.
Bobs are off limits.
Asians.
Here we go, Hunter. Are you ready?
Why am I not replying to you? What did you say?
It was always.
You want a girlfriend?
Always a kid.
Feel that, Alex. Only I don't want a girlfriend.
Go.
Hi, Ian.
The Maraska train is
I'm gonna call them Bobs now. That's a good one for it, Bobs. Bobs, Bobs, Bobs.
The show was filmed
Papa Bobby.
and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about.
I did say my name, yeah.
This
My name
episode
is
started
Jill.
with Mr. Bear sitting at a table and playing checkers by himself. He said they're
You're
playing
single and
until
afraid of
there was a
girls?
knock on the door. The camera was then looking up the stairs at the
Nothing to be
when
scared
there
of.
was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed
Hello,
the stairs
Lauren
and
Gilliam.
opened the door to reveal two young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other was a girl who looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in the light and then started talking to the kids. I couldn't hear any of them that well. I remember Mr. Bear then led
Damn,
the kids into
Sebastian.
the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by
You're
a
welcome,
small
Lauren.
oil lamp on the table. I can't really remember that much more.
You are
except
visible,
him singing
Pog.
a song, which I couldn't hear too well either.
You are
Because of
visible.
the large bear mask. The episode ended with them playing hide and seek, with the kids hiding in a closet and Mr. Bear counting.
It's night.
Oh my lord.
How you feeling?
Oh my lord. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That kind of.
What are you doing on Roblox, bro? How old are you?
I felt a little something crawl up my spine there. You know what it immediately made me think of aesthetically? Was
It's
like the
night
McKinsey
for me.
tapes.
It's 10:12 at night.
Yeah, the McKinsey tapes. It's like
The very infamous one where it's like
Yes.
I am tired,
it's like
Ian.
the guy crawling down the steps in the basement and stuff, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I want to know how old he is
Ridiculously
too.
vague everything is.
Adults
Also,
do play
it's like-
Roblox, but
like recalling these things.
Not
it feels
many.
Like it's like recalling a dream or something. It's just, ugh. We don't know the intentions yet. You know what I mean? And it makes it so much worse.
that's one of the most
Fancy
effective parts
hotel?
about
No,
the
but they're
story to me
remodeling
is
it.
that
it's nicer.
It's all relayed through just what the kids saw. So all of the intentions and things like that, you're kind of left to ponder. with
That's
yourself,
what I was
you know?
thinking, Rage.
Yeah. Because there's something so menacing about
That is
the
what I was
kids,
thinking.
That they were playing hide and go seek, and the kids were hiding in the closet with Mr. Bear counting.
Channel looks like a kid's channel.
It's like what happens, after the cameras go off, right? If that's where the episode ended.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing that caught me was that
How do
was
you-
one sentence there, which is just the police.
Hold
asked
on,
me a
let me
lot of
see.
questions
How do
about
you
this
go
show.
to
Just
channel?
that one little thing right there.
I see channel
Of, like,
activity.
introducing a whole other story element.
Do I have to? I might have to.
Okay, obviously
I
there's
know
some
I
kind
can
of
do it from
investigation
here
going,
as a
and, like,
mod.
other people must
But I don't
have
wanna lose
heard about this
Creepcast.
thing, you know what I mean? Like, it
So,
adds, like, a whole
if it's a fucking
layer
kid, we already
of,
know.
of intrigue, or just like another layer of depth in the story.
I don't like to assume though. When some adults do watch, like I watch gamers and stuff sometimes.
Mr. Bear.
It's definitely a kid. All right, we know what to do.
Aesthetic mixed with horror is as old as time itself, but
We
still just
fucking
an adult
no children,
assuming it's an
man.
adult in a bear suit doing
I game too, so, and I definitely watch some stuff that like would be stuff that kids watch. I 100% do.
Suffer even more. There's been a bunch of
But
people
I also
reaching
watch
out
plenty
to
of
me
stuff
since
that
how
adults
popular
watch. So if
we
you
have
were to like go
made,
through my watch history or something,
videos of all of
I
this
don't think
happening.
you would think I was
So
a
it's like
child.
an actual camcorder footage of a guy in a bear
But
suit.
I definitely do
Right.
watch
It's
certain
something
things.
back.
Like
It's
I
something
watched
back that's
Markiplier for years. I don't watch him anymore.
Well, dude,
But
that
I
really
watched
leads perfectly
people
into
play
the,
like EXE
we just
games and stuff
somebody
for
sent
forever.
when
Like I actually liked Mudahar from Some
the
Ordinary Gamers when he was a gamer.
Yes, yeah. So
And then he
we just
stopped
wanted to give a
gaming
shout
and
out
started
to
talking
the
about
guys making
drama, and
his,
I
channel.
became
The video
less and less
footage is
interested in his
unbelievable.
videos.
So good.
yeah, so this dude, I haven't watched it yet because I'm gonna watch it on stream. I'm saving myself for the stream audience. But this guy.
I figured it was an adult with a name like Citizen Studio YouTube.
On Papa Me about Ted the Caver. And
Transformers is the shit, though.
The
Fix
series
it.
looks fantastic. So yeah, dude, really cool that he did that. We'll throw it down in the description. But yeah, love seeing creativity.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stream in my room another dude. I just decided to today because I didn't do my fourth stream, but I'm not going to. After today, I'm not streaming in my room again.
If you're anything like me, then you probably used your name,
I don't like
address,
streaming in
email
my
address,
room.
and password all over the
And it gets
internet.
very laggy with my phone moving just like a centimeter. So it's just not worth it. No, Cassie's in bed.
Recently, AT&T revealed that over 73 million customer records were just released onto the dark web. And all the things they recommend to keep that from happening, like monitoring your account or strong passwords or fraud alerts, are all taken care of by Aura. Aura will expose
I wish you were giving me a massage too.
information and automatically
She does have a
submit
roomie or
opt-out
another dude.
requests on your behalf. Anytime you
Creepcast
use
again.
online,
The
chances some of that
1999
data
one.
can fall into the hands of telemarketers or robocallers or some other things.
1999. It's some kind of creepypasta.
You're required to lose it if you ever ask them to.
I'm not ignoring you,
To
Anthony.
do so is very
I didn't see your
complicated and
comment.
tricky because that's how the scam works. But Aura is here to throw a wrench in that. Aura scours the web to see if any of your information has fallen into the wrong hands. And with the click of a button, you can say that you want the scammer to lose your information, and Aura will do the hard part and submit the
Fix
opt-out
it,
request on
because
your
we
behalf.
hate
Not
you.
only will this make your identity more secure, but it will also opt you out of things like telemarketer calls or junk mail lists, or it even monitors your
It's
email
not very
and passwords
nice.
to see if they were a part of a data breach, and then gives you advice on what to do from there. When I first started using Aura, I found out that
Right? Where did summer go? It was pretty quickly that it was gone.
Since 2022.
You watch my sleep stream, I do snore? No, I really don't.
So, this personal endorsement, thank you
I might
for
snore a
making me
little
go
off and on, but no, I really don't. I've watched my sleep stream too, and I don't.
VPN, password manager, real-time credit and identity theft monitoring,
I fart.
and it even protects your devices from malware. The Aura app even has family tools like
I definitely fart.
websites from popping up and monitoring screen time. Aura is pretty much every internet safety tool you could ever need in one app. The internet can be a good thing, especially when you use your time on the internet to support whatever harebrained scheme I come up with. So let Aura be your shield from those who want to make something bad.
Another dude packs cigarettes underneath.
That's because if you head to the
I'm gonna get shoes next, dude.
/creepcast, you'll be able to try
I
Aura
need
for
shoes.
2 weeks, absolutely free. That is right, 14 days of Aura for free. Sadly, you're probably going to be surprised by all the
I already
information
swore
that
the
comes
next
out
dono
there
I'm
on
getting
the
shoes, so I'm
internet.
getting shoes.
Or you can get that taken care of, and with the offer in the description,
Obviously, I need more than a $10 dono or a $20 dono. Once I get, if it takes that long, I don't think it'll take that long. But once I get paid out from YouTube for this month, which isn't until next month, because I didn't realize they ran as far behind as they do. But I could get shoes then too. So within a month, I will have a new pair of shoes. Once I realized there was a hole going through the side of it, like a deep hole, I was certain that it's time for new shoes.
But it showed a can of soup and a spoon, both attached to strings, swinging back and forth, as if someone
Thinking
was
about eating a
holding
piece of
them and
pizza.
dangling them in front of the camera.
The yucky West End pizza, Andrew, if you're still here.
Which looked just like the one used in Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was
I watch her on mute and she never made a peep.
just included stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around.
Needs to be more towards my arm.
The ending
Horrible, horrible.
each with a bowl of soup in front of them. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost
Is the word cute?
The cameraman then yelled at the can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoons ready?" And then it just stopped.
Interesting. Well, it's definitely setting up a theme here of obviously some kind of child abduction thing, but obviously like this weird 30-minute like puppet show is almost how I would describe that, right? With the spoon and the soup.
I am getting
weird
sleepy
puppet
though.
show. I do
Getting
like the,
sleepy,
I do like the
very,
line,
very
I thought the show was
sleepy.
too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came on 4th.
50 child history, Jill Snore stream.
What the hell is this? What the hell? This is dumb. He goes to the living room and watches Ash, a 12-year-old boy, like tackle Scyther or something like that. He's like, this is awesome.
You know, some people snore like that.
I think it's pretty. It works for me.
So
'Cause
strange,
A lot of
though.
times, you know,
Oh, totally.
with a story, you're trying to find ways
Love
to
you
find
too,
information
Ian.
from the characters, and have it just been a kid who like wasn't interested because he didn't realize how off-putting what he was looking at was.
I know, fix
And said
it.
he just wanted to watch Pokemon, so that makes sense why he only saw.
Ian loves me, but he's not around for every stream like he used to be.
It works. It works for the story.
It does. I mean, I think the entire.
You want to meet me
It's
somehow?
been really effective so far.
I'd
It's
like
just
to meet you
these
too,
really
Ian,
strong
but you're
last
far.
3 or 4 sentences
Yeah.
of each of these descriptions. Like, they
Close
make
my
sure
eyes
to
and snore for you.
7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup.
I just did.
Just, it's
Had my eyes
so
open,
simple,
but you
just
couldn't
so,
really
like,
tell they were open.
unsettling.
Because I was
So
looking
just-
down on
it's
chat.
eerily unsettling.
It's one of the like.
No, I didn't. I wish I graduated in 2011. I would be
I
younger.
think a lot of it, but
A lot
sometimes,
younger.
like,
I would be like
even
30.
the quick delivery of the sentences, like how immediate they are, like it's very factual from the kid's point of view, goes to better serve the idea it's a kid who's not really processing what he was looking at. Because like, if you or I found
I would be in my
a
early
television show that was,
30s.
like in a basement with children, it would immediately be like.
Yeah, because I graduated before 2011. If I graduated in 2011, I would be younger.
I mean, that's. I'm even thinking about if I was a kid, I'd probably do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be looking at like my Dragon Ball Z DVD thing and being like, why the fuck am I watching this stupid shit?
I should marry
Throw
Ian.
this in my PS2 and just like live in La Vida Loca. You know what I mean? Like, but especially, that's just like the mind. That's just like the interesting thing of it, the mind of a child, where it's
Yeah.
just like you don't have those like. Those,
I look like I am?
actual
No, I
being
don't hate you,
process,
Ian.
like, shit that you're seeing, it's just like all surface.
Why do you
level,
always
so
think
it doesn't
people hate
bring
you,
me-
dude?
I understand like how, even to the extent too, where it's like.
No,
why
that
would
doesn't make
bring
you
up
ancient
Jim Henson?
Andrew.
You know what I mean? Well, that show's stupid. You know, well, why?
Why would
It's
you
just
tell an adult?
a
Yeah.
puppet show. Yeah, exactly.
I also think that to me that's
Closer to
one of
my
the
elbow.
most frightening concepts you can do in horror, not just like
That's funny.
involving kids, but specifically involving like your memories around childhood. Like did those things that happened to
I'm
you
sure
happen
at my
to
elbow
you?
it would just be. It's
Just-
better for your heart, right? Like,
that-
makes it better for your heart if the strap
Yeah,
is all
I
the way
think
down by your
idea it's like
elbow.
you can't even trust yourself.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
I think is extremely disturbing.
No heart
Extremely
problems if the
disturbing.
strap
It's
is
like
by the
it's just
elbow.
like dementia. Like me getting dementia when I'm older, which I know it's gonna
Oh,
happen.
boy.
I'm bummed
You
about it.
guys
I
are
just- I can
funny.
feel it. I think like,
Definitely have to
the
switch
idea
the
that it's like you
charger
can't
from
even
stream phone to
remember,
this
like, you're
phone.
losing track of your own self, or you can't even trust yourself. Is
Kinda want
so
that piece
frightening.
of pizza.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks interesting here too, because that went from April, May, and the next one's in July, so we skipped a month.
Yeah,
the,
so
the
these
time
are
is
like
becoming a bit more sporadic.
yeah, so these are like his memories of like I remember this from April. I remember
Oh,
this
I
from
just
May.
don't want to get up. My body hurts a
So the
lot.
next one, July 1999.
I kind of want to
He
take my
says,
bra off tonight.
It was summer, and I
Which
hadn't
is strange
watched
because I got so used to sleeping with it on when I used to
until
sleep
one
stream
day
all the
I was
time
at
that even when I'm
my
not
friend's
sleep
house,
streaming, I
and
sleep with my
decided to
bra
check
on
it
now.
out again.
I swear to
My
God
friend
I
got
do.
on the TV and
I
his
sleep
room was 6:30.
uncomfortably every night now
So we
because I
stayed
got
up
used to it.
For us, 9:30 was very late to watch TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend. We decided to see if it was on.
Because I had, that's why I have to do it. You see what just happened?
Change the broadcasting time. Now,
That was just for me getting in the bed.
for one,
If I wasn't wearing the bra, it would have slipped all the way down. 100%.
Yeah. Well, do you think so in the era before internet's
Ooh,
really
Andrew, your favorite pizza.
before this
It's
time,
not
they had
horrible,
their
dude.
own TVs and stuff.
Mm.
I mean, like it was probably like, oh, you just can't have like a VCR
Nostalgic.
bad movies or something. But even then, it's like, what was going to be on TV? You know what I mean? I'm just trying.
I'll give you that in 1999, having a TV that showed like local PBS or whatever was,
Especially, yeah.
because nowadays kids are gonna find Creepcast, you're gonna find, you know, us talking about like child
All
abductions
kinds of
and whatnot.
crazy shit.
Yeah, we can't be having that.
Also here too, I just want to say that it's interesting where he said earlier that the broadcasting was from 4 to 9, and then he's like 9:30. Oh, they must have changed the broadcasting time. Yeah. No, I think it's definitely just whenever you flip it on, it's gonna be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So this
Oh shit, it's another Mr. Bear. or something.
I like it.
Anyway, they must have changed the broadcasting time. Mr. Bear Selling. This was episode 23.
I think Bristol's got some of the best
This
pizza in
episode was
Connecticut.
entertaining for my friend and me, mainly because it had swearing. However, now when I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. The camera then blacked out for about a second before fading in, back upright, and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him, but this kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, again with the crappy camcorder, until the kid started raising his voice. The
Mm-hmm.
kid was saying
I didn't
how
know,
it was
Joe.
late and his sister had to go home. You could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying,
Get the fuck out! You're not invited.
a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at the mention of the forbidden F word, but the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out, and that was the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after.
I want to say that even if I was a kid and I heard someone say fuck, because, you know, I like the South Park movie and all that kind of stuff from back in the day, if I saw this, I would be horrified. Horrified as a child. To think, like, this thing is just like, get the fuck out of here, you're not invited. And the kid's like, it's so weird to me, dude.
I will
That
say
is
this.
so creepy.
I will say this. Do you think a 6-year-old could be young enough that they wouldn't process? They would still just see a funny bear costume, right? Maybe. That's a good age of like realizing this is weird. I don't know.
Sure,
Okay, that was good.
Kids are smart enough to read body language or to
What do you mean you're crying? Yeah, I'm eating
when
again.
people in the room is clearly upset. I think that it does a good job about it though by saying that like all the audio is muffled.
Yes, it was, Andrew.
But I still think I'm trying to think.
Tastes
about,
like the
I would
90s.
Just be kind of creeped out, I think, because it's kind of like it is a big bear and it's.
It tastes like the 90s and the very early
It was
2000s.
like saying, just because I don't know. It's hard to say. Six is very young.
And their
It's hard
pizza
to-
definitely still tastes the same.
You're just,
So good.
disassociated from it, maybe.
I sleep better when I have
I forget where it was, but the other day I heard.
It's not 2 day
the
old, it's
scariest
tonight
thing
old.
That happens when you're a kid is when an adult.
The 80s taste better? They probably do.
And yeah, that always did freak me out.
I was born in the late 80s though, so I have no idea what their pizza was like in the 80s, but I know that it tastes like it tasted in the 90s.
You know, maybe they can't tell.
It was so
Yeah,
good.
Like they can't like actually read its body language because it has just like a giant mask on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I will say, the image. Oh my gosh!
The people who own West End.
I love it. Every episode.
Shut up!
Every episode.
You already. I wasn't thinking about it. I'm busy. I'm working.
West End is so good, Andrew, that they don't even have to have delivery, and they get plenty of customers.
It's Mr. Bear, run!
It's gotta be good.
I can't work under these conditions.
How does a pizza restaurant not do delivery and still be functioning after all these years?
All right. Yeah. So. Yeah. It was,
I'm not ignoring you, Anthony. You said you're crying like 4
I will say, too,
times.
that this is like really. I really love this setup with the basement thing. Just as like a visual, like
Absolutely terrifying.
visualizing it.
No, there is nowhere to
visualizing
park in
it
West
like
End,
that.
that's for
Like, even
sure.
The last one in July, the idea that the camera is like starting off on its side,
Like, they could
some
never
kind of
have a
tussle is
completely
what I
full
would assume
restaurant
that's
because there's
saying,
nowhere to park
right?
back there.
Like there was some kind of struggle or something, and the tripod fell over. So good.
Oh, no
And also,
shit.
I don't know
I didn't
are you
realize
picturing the
that.
basement? I'm picturing the basement.
Did they ever sell? Was
kind
it
of like almost
sold
like
then
dirt
from the
floors, but
90s
that
to
really
now?
shitty, like, cracked cement,
Must have been.
maybe
The
like
pizza
wood
still tastes the
planks,
same to
like
me.
really old
You
wooden
can hear the
stairs and
constant
stuff.
like low echo of the underground.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Love it. It's like I'm so in on this bear cellar vibe.
Yeah.
It's
You
so
ignore
It works
yourself.
pretty well. And like, man, that image of him running up the stairs with the kid. Oh, God.
Horrible.
No, it was
Especially
West
just
End.
because
That's
how
what I'm
fucking
saying.
goofy
That's what
a
the name of the
grown
pizza
adult
is,
looks
West
running
End.
those giant-ass
Wasn't
suits.
Yeah.
You know, his
Domino's
legs are
and
kinda
Papa
up
John's
because
is
he
like
can't just, walk
generic,
regular.
like
So it's just even more cartoonish and weird. And the kid
very
screams and runs away himself. And
fast
also,
foody
to
type
not
pizza.
Keep dragging this on this part, but also whenever
Hi,
he
Maya.
says, "Get the fuck out, you're not invited," assumes that there's more people off screen who are like waiting on this.
No, Anthony, I already told you I didn't see your comment.
Weird.
Mr. Bear's party.
Mr. Bear Seller.
August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that. In August, I grew more
I
conscious
am
to see
here,
Mr. Bear
Alex.
Seller for some reason, though. Oh, sorry. I'm sniping over you singing the song.
You're all scared.
What do you mean,
now.
two guys pizza? What the
Got me wrong. All right.
fudge are you
In
talking
August, I
about?
grew more curious to see Mr. Bear Seller
good,
for
though.
some reason, though. The last episode I saw of Mr.
Doing
Bear
good,
was
Maya.
Bear
I
Gets
took my
Square,
sleeping
which
meds,
also
getting
made me think the
sleepy.
show was meant for teenagers. Nonetheless,
Listening to
I couldn't
Creepcast.
when my dad was busy. That's also profoundly sad how a kid sees how messed up that is and be like, oh, this must be for the bigger kids, right? Like he doesn't get how messed up it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Bear Seller, episode 28. Apparently, this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting.
Okay, you just sent me a comment and I missed it, dude. I'm sorry, Anthony. I missed it. You gotta send it again.
If you do,
Unless it's what was deleted.
address.
The screen then switched to
And
a
that's
white
why I
screen
didn't see
with
it.
multicolored letters reading the
You must have said something
And
fucked
that
up.
was what remained for the rest of the episode. This repeated for 5
I hope I
hours
sleep well
every
too,
day
Maya.
until September came. And guess what I actually did? I sent Mr. Bear, that sick bastard,
I'm listening
who
to
trained him,
Papa Meat
a
and
letter.
Wendy Goon read
I did it out of
creepypasta.
curiosity. My dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kid show. But then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear. So my dad sent the letter to the address. Mr. Bear said on the show. It stayed on all day anyway for some reason. It took about a week to get a response.
Oh,
which I
that's
was
better. I
surprised
lowered
did.
my pillow a little.
I still have the letter I received on August 15th.
So much better. So very much better.
The letter read,
Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar.
Yeah, the comments are moving slower now. We've got 18 in here. When we float around 20, it usually goes like at a good speed.
Please get out this address. Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very
They're just stories that people write on the internet, like spooky stories, scary stories, or whatever.
My dad never found this sketchy.
And these two
He
read
actually
it,
took me to the house.
and then they like laugh with each other and make jokes. I get really sleepy when I listen to it because I listen to this like every night before I fall asleep. This or Joe Rogan.
Oh my god!
I feel like Joe Rogan will definitely hit me with a copyright though.
Please, God!
I might actually fall asleep. I hope I don't, because then this phone's gonna die.
I'm trying to wrap
Not
my
sleep
head
stream
around
phone, this phone in front of me.
Took you to the house. Okay, just keep going, and then we're almost done with this. What we can actually see. I'm so curious to see.
And that's when the police became involved.
Can I close my eyes and snore for you?
Those pictures of terrified kids. The ones. That brings me to why I'm writing this blog. That psycho and his friends did some screwed up shit back then. And now
Is that
it
good?
seems he's trying to get into
There you go.
contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me.
Pretty sure I don't snore when I sleep.
It is happening again.
My eyes are actually closing though. Stick around long enough, you're probably gonna see me fall asleep.
So now he's going to be 16 in the update here. I will say, Okay. My God. My God. Talk about get this child away from this
Hold
dad,
on,
by the way.
hold on. Let's.
I'm
frame
trying
it
to
right,
hold it
'cause
for
we
at
know
least 2
what's
hours,
happening.
Rach.
But he said specifically his dad never saw the station, right?
I'm at 81
So,
minutes.
A
He
6-year-old
never saw the station, but he is led to believe, sorry to cut you off, he is led to believe that he has read that thing, right? As an adult, if I got a letter in the mail from a TV studio, presumably an adult, and it said,
No,
"Dear
I'm not
Elliot,
engaged.
thank you ever so much for writing a letter. I would love to have you in
No,
my
I am
cellar.
not.
We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle
Crazy
of the woods.
crap
Come to
podcast.
my house. What? It's like the dad's just like, oh, I don't give a fuck. Where do you need to go? What's the address? Or I'll plug it in. I don't give a shit. Sure. Yo, Elliot, get your bag. We're going.
I like podcasts, for sleep especially. Love listening to podcasts when I'm falling asleep at night. Absolutely love it.
Unbelievable, dude. Even if you've never seen it, I'd be like, no. Who gave? We're not. You want to go to a cellar? We're going to. It doesn't even say come to the studio. It says come to my house. He's like, yeah, that probably makes sense. That's where Jerry Seinfeld he films all those episodes in his apartment, so that makes sense.
Yeah, don't test Rage. Never tell Rage to time you out because she will quick.
And then to have the gall afterwards, where it's like he actually took me to the
Like
house,
Rage
like,
will time you out real
and it says-
fast.
and that's when
If
the
you tell
police
Rage to
came
time you
along.
out, she's on it.
Next sentence, dude. The next thing that it said is that's when the police became involved. Come on.
The police were there to arrest his dad for pregnant.
They should have. They should have. Sir, this is child neglect. He's like, I didn't know what was going on. I just took my son helped me take
Anytime
him.
someone's like, time me out, you're on
I
it.
think about it. I just take him.
I was looking for my dog Whip. He's around here.
I was like, there's endless questions, and also here this paragraph ends with those pictures of terrified kids, the woods, ...
Maybe, Anthony.
Arrest the dad.
Depends on the question.
It's
If I
all
don't
I
want
have
to
say.
answer it, I
That is
just don't.
Unbelievable. Which I do want to say, regardless of how terrible the fucking dad is I like the little over a decade later it's still happening. I love that little that little dangling the carrot.
So actually, I believe, if I recall right, everything we just read was the original post, and then everything we read from here on was updates he did in the following months. So
Yeah, just ask,
everything we just
bro.
read was where the original.
I'm reading the comments.
Okay, but the first one was still posted in 2009, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and this was just
Hi, Tina.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, so the next log, ladies and gentlemen, isn't until November 14th of 2009. So
Hi, Madison.
Exactly.
I need
a
to
year
run
later.
slight. Okay, we don't have the name of the child, I don't think, but the author's name's Camden Lamont, so I'm going to call the child
Masterson.
Camden.
Sorry.
I'm going to run slight
I'm having
interference.
trouble seeing. I knew it was Masterson,
No,
though.
it's
When I
Elliot.
said
It's
Madison,
Elliot.
I just realized that.
Right, I'm stupid.
Yeah, because the bear, he wrote.
I've been
the
having
child-
trouble speaking all
the
day. My
6-year-old
words
child-
just aren't coming out the way they
Yes.
should be.
Okay, so I'm going to run
I
slight
cannot
interference.
wait.
Been having like garbled words come out all day.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Oh, what happened to Anthony? I thought he wanted to ask a question. I've been waiting.
Yeah.
He has just heard his kid like, oh, I watched this show about Mr. Bear and he plays with kids or whatever, right? He thinks that's all it is. It's a local show, right? Which means it's somewhere around the region. So the kid's like, hey, can I send a letter to this
Oh,
TV
come on,
show?
Masterson.
Netflix
Knock
show?
it off.
So he sends a letter.
I know
Netflix
you're
back.
not a kid.
Yes.
Like, I know you're not a kid.
That the word seller is weird, and that probably should have raised an eyebrow.
There's no way
He's
you're a
also
kid, bro.
aware that the TV show is called
I remember
Mr.
you.
Bear Seller. So, say it was like, it was...
I remember you and I had to time you out. How old are you then?
Said, I want you to come to my playhouse, that would seem normal. The dad didn't send his
How old are you?
child in that direction. He was there with him. Like the dad
Tell me your
said,
age,
"Alright,
bro.
check
You're about
it
to get
out."
permabanned.
What's up with this?
You're not 8 years old, bro.
Police become involved. Maybe the dad saw something, maybe
No, you're not, because you're trolling bullshit.
Again,
Bullshit, Masterson.
caveat.
Bullshit.
I just want to say that
I don't believe that in the slightest. Let me see your channel activity. Hold on a second. Hold up.
Because
Because I remember some of your
He's
trolling.
never seen the show. If I would have sat there let's say I've never seen Dragon Ball Z, and my kid says,
Oh, it's a show about fighting.
You have therapy too.
right? Go to Master Roshi's island, he says. I'm like, well, that's a weird thing. And then it says the next line.
And then, hi, I'm Emma's mom. I made it 2 years ago. I'm 20. Oh, sorry, you have that? Shut up, ass
I
up.
think it's being presumptuous that you said that he's like, because with how neglectful he's been so far, I would almost assume this 90s father is just waiting in the car. All right, I'll be here. Have fun. Get on in there.
Hunter, those are gruesome allegations. I don't stand for it.
All I'm saying is I don't. Yeah, I believe at some point, and someone will probably pull up this image. I could have sworn that I've seen you with some kind of giant teddy bear mask on.
Looking at all these
And
comments.
I don't know. I don't know.
This is not an 8-year-old typing like
Rushing to the
this.
defense of this extremely quickly.
Everyone report he sees us all. Oh, you said that
I
once?
just think that it was
Okay,
a
okay.
It ugly, lol.
okay? That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
all right. We'll see where this goes, Mr. Bear. We'll see where it goes.
Alright, Masterson. I don't know if Rage got you already, but I know you're not a kid. I mean, take a look, Rage. Take a look. I would say that's not a kid. I don't know why people come in and say that.
But that doesn't mean I'm a pedophile.
I'm not ignoring you, Anthony, but I say permabans go for people who claim to be kids. Go to his page. I can't go to his page from this phone.
Update 1. November 14th.
You said you were 20 before too, and said you were Emma's mom. You're out of here, Masterson. Perma.
1999. I'll get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching
Masterson's
apparently
got a
were meant to attract
perma.
kids to Mr. Bear's house.
Got him.
Mr. Bear did shock the entire town.
I know that's not an 8-year-old
My
though.
dad actually drove me to Caledon along
I did
with
too,
the address
Rage.
Mr. Bear left in the letter. The house was actually
I know that's not an 8-year-old. 8-year-olds don't type like that. My eyes, Carrie.
It looked like
It's always my right eye that waters like this. I hate it.
the windows were all boarded up, and the house.
I'm eating this last piece of pizza.
As we walked up to the house, my dad checked the address over and over again, and looking at the house in disbelief. Then the door opened. I'm sorry. Did you have something you wanted to add? What?
The entire house is boarded up, and the dad's like, "Is this right? Is this right?"
I can't breathe.
Yo, is this where Kimber's funeral is?
Hey, is this where Mr. Bear Seller's at? Yes, this is where
Kimber's home. Is this where Kimber's
Yeah. Yeah.
Anthony, you keep asking stuff when I'm not looking.
Oh, yo. Yes.
Anyway,
To you.
the door opened.
It might look like I'm looking,
I expected Mr. Bear.
but that's because there's a delay.
I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaky doorway.
Marcus.
Oh yeah, Marcus, yeah. Someone argue some kind of Mr. Bear hunter.
Rage.
Big animal, big fan.
You've had that question for a while. I don't know why he ain't answering you.
Falling in on each other. Oh look, there goes Whip. Oh, look at that. That's there he goes. Oh, do we take a ride up here, Bristol? I have. Hold on, before we go in the house, let me check my Facebook account. I got a message from my dead girlfriend.
Yeah, my dad girlfriend keeps messaging me on Facebook. All right, no, we're good. No messages. All right.
Wait, what's that? Are those giant chicken eggs on the porch? I hope the eyeless lady didn't leave those here. Okay. I'm good. I think that's all of them. I think that's all of them, yeah.
His question last time
Be careful. There's some
was if I could close my eyes and pretend to snore. And I did.
Now we're good. Now we're good. I expected Mr. Bear to be in the door. But
I already
was
did
surprised
it.
to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad while I
So
quickly
what?
asked if that was Mr. Bear's house.
For 2 minutes? No,
The
bro.
officer's face cringed slightly and he muttered,
Oh, God.
No, I cannot.
"Did you have to do that in the Wabbit season voice?"
It's just a regular.
If I did that, I would actually fall asleep.
Now is that better? No,
glad they took that video down.
Hey, come on, man.
Stupid
Hey,
rabbit.
come on.
Yeah, I know I should have, Homer, dude. I 100% should have.
We're gonna get through this.
I don't know what I was
Okay,
thinking.
hold on.
It wasn't worth
Yes.
it.
Or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad, so I
I wish I didn't now.
Although my dad told me to go to the car anyway. And then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. I felt something strange had happened. My
Hi,
dad never
Alex.
told me what happened for a while. I forgot about it anyway, too. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 where I learned
Yes,
the truth.
Alex.
I remember Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I should hear the truth. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October of 1997 to August of 1999.
What do you mean mods
in the
gone
Peel region
wild?
of
Mods aren't
Ontario.
gone wild.
The entire channel
It's been
was
alright
made
lately,
in my
Miles.
house, Caledon, when I visited, and run by a man who was not really known by anyone in the town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was one only picked up by rabbit ears or weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the
I don't
channel,
think the mods
all
are
of
going
which were
wild.
kids shows. He was Mr. Bear, and he was the mysterious cameraman. The real reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in a cellar. But while most people thought he was a serial child molester, he really wanted
Hey,
to use
Alex.
kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before.
Do
The day
I
before,
what?
Police went in for their investigation. I wasn't the only one who was
What's up,
watching.
Swifty?
Interesting. So they haven't even caught him.
No, he's still out there somewhere.
Yeah, he's still out there somewhere. Ooh, the weird thing too of what do you think his other purpose was?
I don't know, man. It could really be anything. What do you think it was?
Do I your
I don't know,
phone
I can't tell if
number?
it's
What do you
veering into,
mean?
like, child sacrifice, maybe of some sort. I'm trying to think of like a cellar and that kind of thing. Really, there hasn't been that much. I mean, obviously, I literally thought it was going to be the molten. I thought it was going to
I'm
be
gonna
like
pass
a
out.
station murder kind of thing. But
So tired.
the another purpose makes me think that there's something. It just feels a bit more cryptic to where it's like I'm not sure. I mean, like my immediate other go-to is like, oh, sacrificial purposes of some sort, but I'm not sure.
I don't know.
My insides are feeling better now, Homer, dude. 100%.
So his thing too here is that he updated.
They're
so
feeling a
it
lot
took from
better.
August of '99 to November 14th.
I felt better
2009.
after I ate
So
that
has he
Dunkin'
been- has he
earlier,
been
but
the consistent age the entire time of has he just been our narrator that's 16?
feel a lot better
Yeah,
now.
And this is him now in real time.
He's been our because that original post. I'm not sure
Yes,
if it was-
I took my sleeping
but it
medicine.
was it was in 2009. So it's him.
So,
at 16,
like, that's why I've gotten
talking about
rapidly
the story,
sleepy.
Like what he saw as a
Okay.
kid, and now it's him updating after the first post was out.
I'm in a hotel, Swifty.
So our next post is December the 2nd, 2009. Update 2. Sorry for not answering any questions for so long. I haven't accessed my email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set things straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned
Oh,
by
I'm
the
tired.
man Caledon Local 21. 2 women live there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now, to answer the questions you guys emailed to me. Question 1. Who else watched Caledon Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people on the NeoSeeker forums who were discussing shows from Caledon.
Because my phone is
We
propped
talked
up
about the
against
2
my
shows about
beverage.
Google,
That's
but
why I
also
didn't
another
wash
2
my
shows
meal
I've
down
never
with
seen
it.
before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all the shows
I have a Gatorade behind my
phone.
phone.
Here are the 2 I've never heard of. 1, The Fallen Angel in Life. I Am Real Life described it as
It's
a fairly
espresso
boring show about a
vodka
guy
though,
being left
Rage.
alone
It's
in
coffee
camp about
vodka.
how we must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. And the second show, Paid with a Soul. I Am Real Life and another user called Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around the
It was a
forest
coffee
doing
monster,
nothing
and it was a
particular
coffee
in
vodka.
I'll go
They
looking
mixed
for the
well together.
conversation and see if I can get the link.
It's just
How do you feel after
once
that
I smoked, it
first
was game over.
Interesting. I mean, I think it helps.
Game over.
kind of makes me push to solidifying the idea that there's some kind of
That's
worship
not the first
or
time
some kind of
smoking
sacrifice,
fucking herb
going on here.
set me over
And
the
then it
edge.
feels like the
It's
pain with
definitely
the
not the
soul
first
thing is
time.
definitely him. He's either potentially lurking around other people, like trying to find people, or there is some kind of thing out in some kind of forest that he is visiting, some kind of altar. You know what I mean? Some kind of worshiping altar or something. I'm not sure.
I think what my theory is that it was a guy who initially figured out how to broadcast on a local channel no one watched, and maybe he began with stuff
Do I like the Golden
Fallen Angels
Girls?
Live,
Yeah.
where he's just like, oh, we have to
Watch
do
that as a
Satan.
kid too.
And then he learns sort of that a better way to go about it is the Mr. Bear broadcast, right?
Just nostalgic
That,
all
like,
around
maybe
today.
maybe he can
West
find
End
himself.
Pizza, now the Golden
Oh,
Girls.
well, but at least to children.
I'm wondering too. Well, not only
I don't
find
watch
himself
that
to
shit
children,
no
but I'm also
more, but when I
wondering,
was little I did.
instead of
My
having to
grandma
go
would watch it.
for people, or like assumably, I mean, like I'm making assumptions here, but break into people's houses and steal kids. This way, it's like they come to him. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I might fall
much more
asleep on you
alluring that
guys.
way. So yeah.
Question 3: where is Mr. Bear, or the guy who wore the costume? If I didn't
I gotta
know,
switch
I
my
would assume-
charger.
I have no idea where the guy is, if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend next time, I'll ask him about this. Maybe I can get a more definite answer. And then question number 4: what did Mr. Bear do for
Sorry.
children? This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well, via my dad's friend who's a retired
Oh.
regional officer. Apparently, the band playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. What he did there,
Yeah, I
he's
fall
not
asleep on you
exactly
guys.
sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies
Do I
of children
want your phone
from
number,
2014
Alex?
were found in a 15-bucket
Sure,
ditch
email it
deep
to
within
me.
the forest. My dad's
Or you
friend
could
did
just
not want to
email
go
me.
into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway.
He
so
sees
maybe
us
I
all
can get some more
gmail.com, all
information
lowercase
from him.
letters.
That's all I have for now. Thanks for keeping an interest in my blog. I'll try to gather as much information as I can for my next post. I've actually been getting pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened.
Okay. So definitely some kind of. I mean, seems like he's taking people out there, sacrificing them for something. Now I'm wondering more so. My curiosity is leaning into: is there any actual paranormal significance that's going to happen, or is it just a madman?
Yeah.
Because you know what it kind of reminds me of a bit. If you know Temple OS.
Oh, yes. Gosh, man, you just gave me a flashback, but yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah. Crazy religious guy making something, and he's just like hunkering down and posting it on the internet. But
Yeah.
in the same way, it makes me think of like delusional man. If it's not paranormal, it's like delusional man, like weird Satanist guy, thinks he has to appease probably some kind of weird voices in his brain or do some kind of something along those lines. The connections are there. So I'm curious to see. Oh, is this going to go into a paranormal direction or not? It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, it's definitely keeps, like, so far it hasn't fallen off anywhere, right? It kind of keeps attention. Like, sure, it's revealing stuff,
Yeah.
like the children were killed, and there's some reference to Satan, but we still don't know enough specifics that it kind of gives away, right? It doesn't show its hand too quick. Update 4, right? Yeah, update 4. January 14th, 2010. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. However, a few weeks ago, I struck gold. I found some answers, surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across from my street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside of Caledon and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Polo. When he lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, he would often venture in to smoke a joint of marijuana or two before returning to his work as a wood craftsman. Polo described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Polo told me that these events started in late 1997. No, this is around the time Caledon Local 21 began airing. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while and actually went to investigate. Polo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got there. There's a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17, and ages 5 to 12 gathered around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Polo talked to the man, noting his unkempt appearance of a crack addict as well as his constant twitching, and asked what he was doing out of the forest with children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Polo, not suspecting anything.
God, dude.
You thought the dad was bad?
Imagine seeing a crack addict-looking guy twitching. He's like, "We're on a camping trip," and all the kids are like probably looking at him horrified, and he's just like smoking his joint. He's like, "All right,
Eddie,
this is the lowest crime rate in Canada."
the next line's so funny. It says Polo, not suspecting anything, as Caledon is one of the lowest crime rates in Canada. Man, the idea of like you see like any single father who wants to do crack with his 17 children is a friend of mine.
Just camping. We're camping. Sorry. We're just do that, right? It's like the person needs like holding one of their hands, like squeezing it really hard. We're just having fun out here. Sorry.
Well,
Oh my God, dude. Read the rest of the sentence.
all right, next one. Simply left it at that and told them to be quieter.
Imagine he's like, "All right, well, if you guys could stop throwing each other into the fire here and screaming and crying, that'd be so nice because I'm trying to. It's so hard for me to think with you guys screaming so much and talking. God, logging me out, man." Anyways, yeah.
The idea of like a kid grabs his hand and it's like, "Please help me, mister," and he's like, "Will you pipe down? I'm trying to have a conversation with your father."
Yeah.
Here.
You're so loud. You're so loud. Why don't you give us something?
I want to talk to the crackhead. Let's make sure you're safe. Who is help? That's not my name. Stop asking for him.
Yeah.
Polo then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language.
Oh my God, what?
Those
Yeah, they're
crackheads
there.
and their children.
I think that's loud, dude. Isn't it a dead language? Oh man. Oh God. Oh God. He didn't bother meeting with the man again as he was moving. Bother move. I'm getting the hell out of here. Who cares?
He says it didn't bother meeting with the man as he was moving away anyway. What?
Come on, dude.
Talk to that guy.
Polo and the man's dad need to be arrested immediately. We're in a very tight race for the worst characters out of a story. Like, not badly written. I just mean like just bad people that deserve to be in prison. Yes. Yes, there needs to be a tier list.
And this is the worst part. Listen, I told Polo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it as he heard that the man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near that area. Bro.
No, I doubt that. No, I doubt it.
So anyway, I was in the woods and I found these 17 children ages 5 to 12 with this one man around with a fire hydrant. Oh, that sounds like the police case of the man with 17 children aged 5 to 12 around a fire. No, it doesn't check out because I heard that guy, someone told me he moved.
No, I know that on pretty good authority that guy's left, so probably not that.
I think you need to check your records because the ones I knew were chanting Latin and cutting themselves in a family-friendly fashion. Not
Plus those kids were bleeding from their eyes and chanting Latin, so I think they're short cookies. Like I doubt that was them.
I think they could have fought that guy off if that was him. So I think that was their dad, and he just really liked crack. Okay.
Who doesn't like a little hit of crack every once in a while? God, not a big deal. Good Lord.
Here's what I know now. The man would take the kids into the woods regularly for, quote, camping. The fire pit Polo described may be the hole the bodies of the children were found in. The children Polo saw are probably the ones found dead. Probably. Okay.
Yeah, well, I like all these, like, maybe the hole the bodies were found in, and the children Polo saw are probably the ones found dead. It's like, I didn't, hey, don't think we need to be in fucking Inspector Gadget to realize that, yeah, these are the people that, come on, man.
It reminds me, I can't remember what it was. I'll send it to you if I can find it. But there was this YouTube video I watched one time where they were trying to prove this guy on TV was an individual who had a criminal record, right? So he shows the two side by side, and they're clearly the same person. But then he spends 10 minutes like, as we can see, his name here is this, which matches his name here. But that's not all. They have the same social security number, but that's not all. We both see, and it got down to the point they were wearing the same shirt in two different photos, and he's still like, it's like, we get it, it's the same guy. And at the end, he's like, with this information, we can safely assume this is the same individual.
We can safely assume. God.
That's what this reminds me of. The man moved to a city called Pickering, a small city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if this matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge of what was aired on Caledon Local 21.
Surely we have to assume that the broadcasts are going to start coming back somehow, is what I'm going to assume.
I don't know. But we'll see. We shall see.
I see.
The next update. February 10th, 2010. Good news, guys. I talked to my dad's friend, and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21. He replied that they have only had the same leads for years, never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some of the tapes found in the house Caledon Local 21 was broadcasted from. He took me over so I could watch a few. I guess I haven't said much about him yet. My dad's friend's name is Mitchell Wilson, a pretty nice guy. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He took me to the Davis Road Police Station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon, and one of the largest within the Peel region itself. One of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. I was able to watch all of the footage that the Davis Road Station has. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any tapes home for obvious reasons.
I just want to say, one thing I really like with a lot of these stories, and that this is setting up really well too, is I like the amount of times that like adults like withhold things from their children.
Yeah.
Or what, like almost like no kid could ever handle hearing these things or being left in the dark. And it always proves to be the wrong thing. Instead of just being completely transparent and having it be like an open discussion in due time. Like I don't think you have to traumatize somebody, but I do think I think that like this deception that it starts off with is like also what like lends so many people to be digging so much more. And now my gut reaction too is that Elliot is going to dig too far and something like I don't know. Like I would hate for him to be like, man, no one is giving me answers. I need to keep digging. Yeah. And then it ends up like really backfiring on him.
It ends up versus like finding Mr. Bear on his own or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I think it's a good trickle of information, whereas, like, you're not going to tell a 6-year-old what happened, but you tell a 16-year-old what happened, right?
I think you could. I think that even, like, a 13-year-old or something where it's, like, you're obviously not mature yet, but I think that you have enough cognitive functioning to where you could be like, hey, this is what happened, and it's, like, a really pretty horrifying thing. I think that as you're growing, you need to know like the dangers of what's going on.
Yeah.
Especially, I would feel so guilty if I took someone there and it ended up being something horrible, right?
Yeah.
Where you'd almost want to be like, let's not have that happen again, etc.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's also a good trickle because like now Mitchell's like you can see the tapes. You know, I understand. I'll let you see it. And it also is good for the reader because we have a good balance between hearing new tapes and then talking about what they might mean, stuff like that.
I think it's a good balance. As with a lot of these stories, the deception with the parents is always weird. I'm like still kind of skeptical with the dad because I do like the line where Mitchell says he feels it was wrong, or this is in reference to Elliot saying what Mitchell said, he feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much.
Yeah.
It's just one little line where I'm like, I don't know, I'm watching that dad now. I don't know.
So the episodes that he was shown. Paint with the Soul, episode 10, Garbage Thrown Away. Paint with the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 discussed on Neo Secret. I told the police about this, and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcasted between December 5th, 1997 and January the 8th, 1998. This also further backs up my theory that this and the Satan show would have come first because he ended early 1998 to do Mr. Bear stuff. So it seems like Paint with the Soul came first. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 described, the episode opened with the cameraman wandering around in a forest. It appeared to be during this evening, as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along a path until he got to an area where there was a lot of garbage lying in the leaves. The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each item got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused on a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere else before. Like on another Caledon Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that had to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage, or us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, that forest was possibly where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 25. When the police administrator brought in this tape, I actually said, "Oh, shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course, I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them about my little experience with Mr. Bear and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to his cellar door with a bottle of orange juice in his paws. On the ground were 16 shot glasses, as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds such as shuffling, and then Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4, while others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content, except for this one who had visible bruises on his face. And unlike the other kids, he had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23, that one episode I watched during July of '99. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. He was also featured in 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 p.m. in July of '99. The police have still not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics, they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drink their juice, the one from episode 23 doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the tapes in possession of the David Road Police Station, I'm satisfied, but only temporarily. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Caledon Local 21 being a fetishist pedophile as well as an apparent cultist. I'll sign off for now, get into university first, and get information later. Hopefully, I'll get back to this blog as soon as possible.
I mean, we're getting to a spot here where the thing about him, I don't know how you read this, but when he put the drop of stuff in the orange juice, it almost makes you think it's like a sedative or something that,
Yeah.
in a way, it makes me think maybe would help them not feel pain, or whatever. Like, is Mr. Bear, is he feeling sympathetic towards these kids? He's obviously some kind of mentally unwell man, but is it going to be one of those things where it's like the voices are telling me to do this, but I don't want to, or something? You know, like the information we're being given. I'm wondering what kind of drug he's giving them. It seems like sedating them somehow, but I'm not entirely
I think
sure.
it'd be a kind of drug that just kind of made the kids more passive. You know, they'll go along with whatever he says, kind of dull their senses, so to speak. We can also see that after that kid tried to get away, he was physically beat, and now he's drinking it because he's in fear of that happening again.
Well, yeah, he doesn't want to have that happen to him again. I'm wondering if Elliot is going to try to reach out and meet up with I Am Real Life and Siggy 92.
No.
I wonder if they're going to have any kind of like meet up to be able to meet them in person or something. I'm curious. I'd like to see if he meets them in person and to see like what kind of conversation that would be.
Yeah. Okay, continuing on. Next update, May 8th, 2010. Last month, I finally got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive in a car by yourself as well as with some passengers after 6 months. I, of course, took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive. Since I haven't updated this blog in a while, I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked different than when I saw it last in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. So I want to ask you, what do you think of going back? You know he's not there logically, right? But what do you think about driving to the house?
I think if you're in search of answers, I think that you'd want to think that, or I believe the desperation of your mind would think that there is something there that someone has not picked up on, right? I think that also being in this thing and feeling this connection is something that's like mentally overtakes you. Seeing it, feeling it in person is probably so much different. But I would say that it's you being like, them being obsessed on the aspect of like him being like a pedophile and stuff. I think that even Elliot's just like, I think that there's something more at play here than that, and I think that he is wanting that kind of closure, especially because in a sense, he came so close to death himself.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. If it was me in this situation, I would be reading it like there is something that someone has not uncovered yet. And the fascination too. In a way, it's like it's almost like an obelisk or a little temple to this like guy. You know what I mean? It's still standing. It's there. It represents all of these evils in a way.
Yeah, I think I would want to go too. I don't know if it'd be a good idea, but I'd probably want to at least.
Yeah, at this point too, from what we've read, there's nothing to say that it's still harmful now. So I think that like I don't think it's like a negative to go back. I think it's just a matter of I'm wondering if his intentions are to just find something that has not been uncovered.
Yeah. There might be. There might be something there. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living in that house? I walked up the steps to the front door and peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway to the right was an open doorway, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left were two doors, both apparently leading to the rooms visible through the windows outside. I wondered where the cellar entrance was located and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. Two wooden doors lined at an almost flat angle, padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you cannot imagine what was going through my mind at that time. I departed. Behind the house, the empty field continued on until it reached dense forest that lined the horizon. I wondered if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, screw it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, fuck it, yeah, screw it.
And proceeded to walk across the field behind the house into the forest. The forest was oddly quiet, save for the few periodic sounds of a woodpecker drilling into a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Polo's house crossed my mind, and I wondered if one of those homes had belonged to him. I neared a small clearing in which I could see three adequately sized logs gathered around a black, charred area, showing a small fire had been lit there recently.
Get the fuck out of our fort!
Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw two dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw that they were just kids in their early teens, possibly 13 or 14, maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could be no bigger than 5'8". One might have been 5'7".
Damn. Big fucking 16-year-old. God damn, dude.
He
Good
is
lord.
tall. He's a big boy.
Old boy's eating his green beans and stuff. My word.
He's going pro immediately.
Yeah. We said, get the fuck out.
The larger one, who was wearing a Slipknot shirt. Hey, there's your reference. He said,
Hey.
It's not Limp Bizkit, but it's a reference to something.
There it is. I like that.
The larger one who was wearing a Slipknot shirt said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one was wearing a Metallica shirt. There you go, another one.
I like that.
swung out a butterfly knife and held it in my direction.
This is literally Beavis and Butthead.
Yes, you know what it is? You know what it is? The one reference we forgot to make earlier, the boys from Jeff the Killer. The two boys.
Oh, shit. That's exactly right.
That's them, yeah. Looks like we've got some fresh meat. That's it.
Looks like we've got some fresh meat. Oh, I like this. I like this kind of. No, you wouldn't want to.
I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The two kids withdrew, and the one in the Metallica shirt putting away the knife.
Look, dude, we don't like people in our fort, so can you just go?
The one in the Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple
Fun.
and turned before I realized I had a great opportunity.
Did either of you hear a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago?
I asked the kids. The two looked at each other in confusion before the one wearing the Metallica shirt answered.
Yeah. Everyone knows about that guy.
He said to me as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued.
He still lives around here, in the storm drain. My big brother's friend said he saw him in a bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night. Whoa!
Okay, that's the
Holy
most
shit.
menacing part of the entire story.
He still lives right here in
Oh
the
my.
storm drain. It's
Oh.
crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, that gave me chills. Gosh, the idea of being in the woods at night and he's still wandering out there, like maybe looking for the kids he lost or looking for more, and he lives in a storm drain. Could you imagine just peeking into a storm drain and seeing a bear costume?
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I would assume too that he's still wearing it as like some kind of weird identity kind of thing.
Yeah,
Like,
he is Mr.
guy's
Bear
obviously
now.
mentally unwell,
Yeah.
anyways. Like, yeah.
Oh man, that's awful. See, yeah, what's wild is when I heard this story for the first time, stuff like that didn't stick out to me because I was like, I think I was 12 when I read this the first time. So to me, I'm just like, oh, that's a creepy monster thing to have, right? It didn't hit as hard as it did just now. Man.
Yeah. Well, you know what's kind of interesting about you saying that too? At 12, these guys are 13, and they're saying it as casually as you probably would.
Yeah. Like
Which is pretty sick.
legend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, my instincts told me this was probably a lie, and the owner of Caledon Local 21 is probably long gone, only existing as a folklore in this smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparked interest within.
And where is the storm drain?
I asked, just out of curiosity. I don't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes seemingly full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me.
You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?
Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of his question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the two kids about my experience with the man in Caledon Local 21, that I had come to maybe seek out some sort of closure, although even I wasn't exactly sure. The kids seemed familiar with the channel as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get to the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to just turn around the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids at their fort. But now you're probably wondering why I left out such a detail about the kids. But now you're probably wondering why I left out such detail about what the kids told me just now. It is because I'm choosing to conclude what I've gathered now. Here's what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, same direction I was headed. The drain ends at a small river where excess water is drained out. Near here is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. The man supposedly lives in the large pipe the rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask and a full-body bear costume. No, I do not believe this is true, and in fact simply a myth made by the residents of Caledon. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call the police? Didn't this guy look suspicious? And other questions like this leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain, not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Caledon again. So this blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Thanks for continuing to support me in my blog. I know many are looking forward to more information about what happened in Caledon during the year 1999, and I'll do my best to continue my research into the topic. Elliot out.
Okay, and that was in May of 2010. Well, let me ask you, what do you think? Do you like just a gut reaction?
I do want to say immediately, if we remove the polo part, because I feel like that kind of killed the pacing a bit. I feel like it was too much revealed at once, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, they're fine, there's fire. If we remove that part, this entire thing is so expertly dripped to the reader. Like, from like, oh, there's this creepy guy back in '99, and then a bunch of kids die, so that's why the police are interested. Then we hear more tapes, we start to put together psychology, we start to put together purposes, and now we get the detail that he's living in a storm drain nearby. Although in the real world, I would say this is definitely an urban legend, right? Because how does a guy live in the woods for 10 years, right? No one called the police, no one spotted him, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the story has given us just enough room for error with the supernatural that it could be possible. Maybe he's some spirit, maybe he's some ghost, something like that, right? And it puts you in this perfect gray area where you don't know what to believe. And it creates dread, it creates tension. It's so well done so far. This is a lot better than I thought it would be looking back on it now. And it's cool for that. I'm happy to see that.
The thing that is piquing my curiosity at the moment is that it ended with even Elliot, our narrator, our protagonist, even questioning the validity of, like, this is probably fake. I mean, this doesn't make sense, to where the author knows that these questions are arising. And I'm wondering, even though that this was like kind of continued on, if the charred body is breadcrumbs that is trying to, it's setting up some kind of subversion of expectation. I'm very curious to see. I don't think that we've fully gotten a whole grasp of what's going on, and I don't think it's as simple as the guy being in a pipe. Like, I think that I'm curious. I feel like we're heading down a very interesting road
Even
right
if
now.
nothing more comes out of the guy in the pipe thing, I think it does serve to, like, the impact this event has had on the local community, right?
Oh, sure.
Like, the legend is he's still out there. He's still in the woods. Right?
Yeah.
I think it works.
Yeah, he himself has become an urban legend.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that makes sense totally.
I'm loving this story so far. I'm thrilled with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm locked in right now.
All right, next update, October 7th, 2010. Wow, nearly 5 months since I last updated. I'm guessing everyone pretty much thinks I was dead, right? Thankfully, I'm not. But in all my seriousness, I really have been busy these past few months, and a blog about something that could have killed me as a kid is a little low on my current priorities list. As of now, I'm living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for computer engineering. Yeah, I'm a keener. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park. So obviously, I nearly forgot about this vlog. But as you can see now, I'm back. I remembered to visit the storm drain the kids from the Caledon Forest told me about. I was out in a clearing between the wooded areas, nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, which I have posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the excess water from the marsh. When I returned from Caledon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem important anymore. Please forgive me. It wasn't until only recently that I am now interested in my case again. On September 10th, I received an email from this email address, returnthebee@hotmail.com. Funny, am I right? Well, it gets better. I'm going to copy and paste the exact email this guy sent me.
Dear Elliot, my dear boy, you see, the story may or may not be true, but it could happen. There are many slots for airtime. If you have money, you can have a public access TV channel. Some public access channels share airtime, like EWTN, which is a religious channel based out of Michigan that shows Catholic-based programming, but during off-air hours have independent shows or just blue screen. Cable networks have empty channels available for rent space. So the scenario of a pedo renting a channel on basic TV is not far-fetched at all. However, public access TV is widely reviewed and can be terminated at any time. These are the rules of the United States, not for Canada, where the story took place. So if this happened in the US, the pedo would be tracked and arrested immediately. Yes, the story could happen, but it is unlikely. 100 fuzzy hugs, Mr. Bear.
Now, obviously, this letter is fake and sounds almost corrupted, but still, I would like to thank whoever sent it, though they could use some English lessons. Just reading the letter creeped me out, but because of it, I'm now full of this new interest to continue my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now my roommate knows about all this. He thought the letter was real and actually seemed more scared than I was for a second. Then I shrugged it off. So he did too. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How could Mr. Bear know all this about public access TV and about when I went to Caledon on those occasions? More or less know my email or me still be interested in this, in his cellar. Ha. I'm gonna send a reply to return the bee. Wow, just looking at that email address, you can tell someone wanted to freak me out. It didn't really work though. Yeah, we can definitely tell. That's why you're still talking about it. Although, to whoever you are, thank you for sparking my interest back into the full matter. Maybe I can find out more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't buy that email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those who are still following me and become avid fans. You are also why I'm choosing to continue with this. Thanks, guys. Sounds freaked out.
He's definitely freaked out. The thing too, well, I guess just out of curiosity, do you think that email is real, or do you think it's like somebody who was following the story and they?
I don't know. I kind of feel the same way I do about the storm train thing. You know, it could just be set dressing to show how this has affected it, but it could also potentially be real. Because we don't know if Mr. Bear's just a normal person. I don't think it's real. But if there's some supernatural element, then I think it definitely could be.
Okay.
I can tell he's getting freaked out by it though. So.
Yeah, I mean, even the way he talked about the kids and stuff too, and how much he reiterated that he did believe what they were saying, I think that you can tell that. I think that he was trying to almost willfully think that he's like trying to convince himself it wasn't real. Does that make sense?
I think so. Also, I will add, originally, to my understanding, before this was all posted at creepypasta.com, it was on Camden's actual blog he had, like his personal blog.
Okay.
So I think those original pictures of what the storm train looked like are now lost. Because I haven't seen them, and I don't think I've seen anyone reshare them. But if anyone knows if those pictures can be found, that would be cool, just for set dressing
Yeah.
in the video. But yeah, I think those pictures are lost because the original blog's no longer up.
Which is gone.
Yeah, I think so, at least.
Okay.
Alright, now, well, it's not like super indicative to the story. It was pictures of a storm train.
No, it'd be nice.
It'd be nice. It's nice to have, yeah, just to see where it might be. Next update, November 7th, 2010. Wow, I can't believe this vlog hasn't been deleted yet. I've been checked it for so long. I have my reasons, and I'd rather not discuss them just yet. It has been a rather traumatic month for me. Some of you were right. I shouldn't have gone back trying to relive the mysteries of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It's been a month since my post, and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I'm at right now with regards to the whole Mr. Bear incident. ReturnTheBee@hotmail.com is no longer in use. Tried replying to the email, but I got no reply. Tried again a while back, still no response. I've actually moved up to Ottawa, capital of Canada for those who don't know, for university, so I haven't been back to Caledon or back home in the Peel region for a while. And my reasons for leaving, as you can guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people keep prank emailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot, guys. Not. That's the most 2009.
Yeah, right.
Not.
Late epic.
Troll face. Yeah, I just did that. Why have I ventured back to this vlog? Mitchell Wilson, remember my dad's ex-cop friend, gave me a phone call on October 23rd about a tape that was found in a branch of the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown, in case you haven't picked up on that. He claims he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me, as it's still in evidence, but he asked me to come check it out when I returned home. That tape got the gears grinding again because we all know what was on the last tapes I saw. I can only imagine what can be on it. I'm guessing it must have something to do with Caledon Local 21. I guess I just wanted to say I'm continuing this blog, and thank you for everyone who still follows it. I don't know when my next entry will be, but when I see that tape, I'll write what I find. I don't know what to expect, but the idea of seeing another tape has got me interested in this whole mystery all over again. Elliot. So we now move on to the last tape. I will mention something that was really good that I didn't call out when it happened is that part where he's at the Mr. Bear house and the cellar's right there and he feels like really weird all of a sudden and walks away from it. Like, the logical part of his brain knows that Mr. Bear's not there anymore, right? That it's not going to hurt him. But it makes so much sense to get out of there immediately, right? Like, there's the cellar door. You know, horrible things happen there, and you saw what was on the other side of that door from that camera, and it's haunted you all these years. And the padlock's the only thing between you and it. The human inclination would be to run, right? To get out of there. Like I said, it's not logical, but it makes sense that he would leave rather than investigating. I really like that detail.
I mean, you're right. You're definitely right. You know what's crazy is that whenever I read that, I thought that he left because the inclination was he was like, I want to break in. I don't know why I thought that until now, but I think that hearing you say that, I think you might be. I think that makes way more sense. Just that dreadful little feeling, like almost like that pit in your gut.
Yeah, like his body's just like get out, get out, get out. You know, like
Definitely.
Yeah. I think a lot of the terror works well, and I feel like Elliot is being realistically portrayed as someone who had that kind of trauma, and he's now trying to process it, and now he's like having to interact with it, and like the way that he interacts with it. I think it makes a lot of sense as a character.
Yeah, I agree.
So, big update here. Update January 21st, 2011. So, 2 months after the last one. The end of 2010 into the new year was dreadfully long for me. University has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place to party. Sarcasm. But now I am back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December and have been visiting with friends and family, or at least that's what I would rather have done. Now that time of the month is absent.
And I just want to say too, really quick, one thing that I liked from that last post. Sorry about the late thought here, but one thing I liked about it was he's like, "Oh, people keep making these emails and trying to scare me." Haha. I like that because to me, like looking back at it, I'm like, what if it's just a guy making different emails and messaging you? So creepy.
It fits because it's realistic that people would be making other emails and messaging him after he gave the idea. But it's also, like you said, a chance that it's him just making burner emails. So
yeah,
again, it
works
fits
on both
that great
levels.
area of like, is this just response to it, or is this another Mr. Bear thing? Is there really a difference if it leads to the same dread in people who live with it, like the thing in the storm drain? Does it make a difference if kids won't go play on the playground either way? You know?
And also, these stories are picked up by this time. I'm assuming that the story online is doing very well and is probably well known within the circles of the horror stories, right? But it could be the idea too that like it's gotten enough traction to where it's like made its way back to the guy, and he's able to like know that the guy's talking, knowing that this kid is talking about this again, and wants to contact him. Just like that idea, it's just kind of creepy and fun.
Very well done. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend, Mitchell Wilson, promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes. Not only for myself, but for all of you guys who are just as intrigued as I am by that ominous man in the bear suit from my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel that pit of dread deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know that all those kids in those videos are dead. That I could have been one of those kids. And that humanity's a dark, dark place. If you haven't skipped this paragraph or the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my ramblings. On January the 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was a time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down any time that day. The tapes are located at a branch not too far from me. So I braved the slushy roads and terrible random drivers and made my way to the Peel Regional Police Station located at the Bramley Center. I met Wilson at the front desk, where he then led me up to the second floor to a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he went and got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said,
I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?
"Of course I did. Really thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 2 tapes on hand. I was only able to watch a few minutes of footage. However, because the second tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside in the forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film, trademark of anything from Paladin Local 21. The episode started with the camera being held in the paws of Mr. Bear, aiming it at himself. That bear mask. It looked more sinister in the shadows of the trees. Unmistakable, muffled voice spoke up.
Hello, children. Today, I will be doing a wonderful thing for my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy.
Mr. Bear returned the camera around to show an ATV with an attached trailer. What stood out the most was that the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side.
This here is the first load, but more will be there on their way soon.
Mr. Bear turned around and pointed the camera at a large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked the tarp up, revealing a large hole that must have been at least 12 feet deep and maybe about 15 feet wide. The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and replied,
Not yet.
Soon all the kids were in the pit. Some were in awkward positions due to being tossed in, but they remained unconscious.
The vitamin C will surely help these children on the great journey that awaits them.
Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline beside a bush. The camera zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that these were 7 of the 16 victims found burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. A pit full of burning children. Who the hell would do that? The feeling of dread found me once again when I realized that I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied. The other tape, confiscated by the Bramley Police Branch, did indeed work and contained the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. And you know what? Maybe I can. I don't even want to see it. I'm satisfied for now, but I just need some time to get myself together. The thing is, the main Iran Caledon Local 21 is still out there. More to come soon. Elliot. So how are you feeling right now?
Very disturbing. You know what my mind immediately went to, which is interesting. This concluded in 2011. It started in 2009 with some of the footage and stuff. The last part there feels so eerily similar to the movie Sinister, and how of all those little recorded vignettes, it almost feels like a little too similar for them not to have been inspired by this in a way, right?
When did Sinister come out?
Sinister came out in 2012, dude.
Okay, so... Oh, are you saying Sinister took from this story?
I'm not saying they stole anything. I'm just saying, like, it feels so odd that this thing was exactly inspired in that way. But even just, like, the way of, like, the shitty camera, the people lined up. I mean, like, that movie is very infamous for those scenes. And this is, like, if at the time... Even now, it's disturbing and stuff. Granted, it's not as graphic as, like, probably a lot of the stories would be nowadays, but still. I mean, it feels like I'm like... That's what my mind went to immediately, was that movie and those little vignettes.
Maybe. There could have been some inspiration taken. Like I said, the story wasn't super popular till, like, 2014. Once like it started making
Oh, okay.
rounds on YouTube, I mean, it still had a community, but it wasn't like as big as it
Sure,
became
and,
till later.
also the aspect too of like the Poughkeepsie tapes also being something of an inspiration to this as well, is like finding tapes of a serial killer, and like it's just the raw footage from a serial killer's catalog of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just the way that the stuff is presented, even like the monster himself, the bear kind of thing, and wearing this mask, and my mind is just heading toward a sinister place. But it's very revealing. It's very revealing. I like that we're getting more dialogue from Mr. Bear as well. Definitely still in a manic kind of episode and stuff. Still wondering what the vitamin C. Wondering what like the importance of vitamin C, if it's just him being fucking insane, or if there's some kind of going to be some kind of reveal there.
I think he's talking about just like, oh, the vitamin C will help them. It's because he knocked them out with it. I think that's what he means by that. Because all the kids are unconscious on the trailer, right?
Right. Do you think the tone in which I was reading it, or do you think that like the way that he was saying like the quotes of Mr. Bear, do you think he was cheerful, or do you think, because even him saying like the vitamin C will help them, is he like slightly disturbed by what he's doing? Like, what do you think? Because he's kind of catching himself on some of his words too.
I don't know. I think maybe he's just so far gone. I don't even know if he can be disturbed at this point with what he's doing. I think it's more so just it's like he's describing it to kids. He's trying to keep it whimsical, right? That's where I
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a deranged man, and I imagine that he's still keeping this kind of childish, like positive voice kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like just totally delusional.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't know if he is disturbed by what he's doing.
The thing here that's next, it says INRI. What does that mean? INRI.
Well, the update doesn't have a date. I don't think so. INRI is what was written on Jesus' cross when he was crucified. So maybe that's what maybe that's what it's referencing. I don't know. Is there another name for it that means like no date given? Like kind of like saying NA.
Yeah, I mean maybe. I mean, from just googling it, it just says translates to Jesus Nazarene, King of the Jews.
Yeah.
It's just what I see.
Yeah, that's what's put on Christ's cross.
Which also, if he's, if this is just giving more validity to Mr. like this quote here, which it just says INRI. There's no date or time on this, by the way, guys. This is what the entry says. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved to play with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friends. The children loved helping each other, as good children should. But they also loved the bear. The bear loved the children since the children were so good at helping him and the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play together forever with the help of their angel friend. But the fallen angel needed even more help, so the children had to give up the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us, Elliot. Burn with us, Elliot. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty pleased with sugar and icing on top. Mr. B. And it ends with INRI again. Which I'm wondering if the religious undertone there, since he's a Satanist and the fallen angels, obviously Lucifer and stuff like that, but I'm wondering if INRI is just kind of a representation of the crucifixion or like the sacrifice.
Now that you've just said that, that's probably what it is, because Christ's death on the cross is like the ultimate sacrifice for people, so maybe the Satanist using it here is implying that the death of the children is the ultimate sacrifice for Satan, for the fallen angel. That probably
Something
is
just
what
dropped in my room. Holy shit.
What'd you say? God. Did you say something dropped in the room?
Dude, a box dropped off my shelf randomly in my room. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes, finally.
A fucking Elgato string box dropped from the second. I don't know how. This is honestly, that's fucking me up. I don't know how it fell off. That scared the fuck out of me.
I will say, you saying INRI is the one explicitly like religious symbol that we've mentioned so far, and when we mention it, the box falls off your shelf. So to keep that in mind, Hunter.
That actually, I'm not even joking. I'm like, that scared the shit out of me. Okay. Holy shit.
Good. I'm glad.
And my door is closed. My door is closed.
Making fun of my wife. Make fun of my wife opening.
Yeah, but at least she's just your wife, dude. I have a goddamn demon in my room right now. I'm freaking out.
Well, I know. I got this, and I got this. So I'm gonna be all right, regardless of.
Dude, you saying this and this, and I have no idea what you're referring to, is making it even worse, dude. Because you're not sharing what I could be using to help myself.
I got this,
dude. Now I'm at that feeling where it's like I'm really creeped out. And I'm like hearing like little things. I don't like this. I wonder if you could. That was a pretty loud drop. I'm wondering in my recording if you could hear that. That was fucked up. Shut up, man. Shut up, man. That's my nightmare sound. All right, it goes into the next entry here, which is actually kind of crazy because the last entry that actually had a date was January of 2011, and now it says update April 5th, 2011. So it's been some time.
A few months, yeah. I will say if that is what the INRI means, that's pretty sick that Mr. Bear is like fully committed to the symbols of the religiousness. Because even if the story's not supernatural, which I don't think it is at this point, even if it's not supernatural, it's this guy, whatever monster Mr. Bear is, so convinced that it's real that he's willing to kill over it. That's terrifying.
I just hate that I said INRI and the thing had to drop right when I said that.
It's funny that you keep saying it too. You keep provoking it.
Because I'm pretty sure, I think everybody who's working the studio today has left too. I am very upset. I'm very upset. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually very skittish right now. I'm very fucking skittish, and I don't like that.
I'm gonna send you a list of like phrases from the Bible you're definitely not supposed to say, and I'm just
dude, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't even send that to me. Send me good things to say. I want some good. I need some good omens.
We just hear Hunter scream, and like that's the last Creepcast episode. Oops.
Yeah.
All right.
God. All right. Here we go.
Update April 5th, 2011. I wanted to update more. I truly did. However, certain circumstances had turned me off to the whole Caledon Local 21 thing. I've since then had hundreds of emails about my blog and was even in contact with the magazine about my story. But now's the time to come clean to everyone. Where have I been for an entire year? The story of Pandora's Box is true, and I opened it. I opened it, and when I watched the second tape in the possession of the Bromella Police Branch, the other subject I'd like to address is the number. Wait, hold on. I watched it the second hold on. I opened it when I watched the second tape in the possession of the Bramwell Police Branch. So he watched the one of the fire. Is that what he's saying?
I think he has not told us what the subject is. I think he said this is the second tape of. There's the first one of them going to the pit, and he said I don't need to watch the second one. I'm fine. But I think he ended up watching it anyways.
Yeah, I opened it when I watched the second tape. Yeah, okay, I think you're right there. The other subject I'd like to address is the number of joke/fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. Let's start with the second tape, as that is what traumatized me into stopping my search temporarily. Also, I'm doubling down on the critique I had earlier. If you cut out Polo's part, I think the story's perfectly paced because we're coming up on the ending, and now to tell us about that stuff, like what was exactly happening in the woods, works better. Whereas Polo kind of like gave a lackadaisical thing to kids being out in the woods. I know they were just around a campfire then. It wasn't the kids being burnt, I don't think, but I still
feel but like, still a crack addict looking guy.
Yeah,
it just doesn't make any sense. It's too many people.
But in my brain, I'm taking that out, and this is excellent, right?
Yeah.
After a few weeks of plain silent, I decided to ask Mitchell Wilson if I could view that infamous second tape we had talked about. I don't know why. I just felt that viewing the tape would give me some closure. Wilson was obviously reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I just played the waiting game. By the time my 20th birthday rolled around, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. I gave Wilson a call, during which he admitted that he had hoped that I would forget about asking him again, but I was not taking no for an answer.
You really don't need to see it.
He kept telling me. But I did need to see it. I had to at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the Bramble Branch one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of animal slaughterhouses in my ethics class, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How naive I was. I will say, like, I know that I am one to talk. Like, if I hear there's a graphic video going around online, I want to see it, right? Just, you know, the human part of me, I guess. I don't know. I don't think there's ever a scenario I would want to see videos of children being burned, I would hope. But I do understand that he has a personal connection to this and almost has a survivor's guilt about the people who were killed, right? So,
I mean, yeah, man. If this is the last known tape of it, it would haunt you forever if you didn't.
yeah,
Like, honestly, it would.
I think so. So it makes sense, I guess, you know. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape from evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at me, his face saying, "What are you doing?" Wilson explained that this tape includes the last known episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar. I rightfully assumed that I would be seeing the fate of the children, and began to feel a sense of dread. The episode opened inside a forest, usual from the previous episodes. This fact took me a while to realize because it was night, the trees and leaves just looked like shapes dancing around in the darkness. A faint glow of light was present at the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be a windy night that the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly, the camera began to pan towards the glow, revealing smoke rising from a hole with the tips of flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this moment.
Are you sure you want to see this? Dude, Wilson, stop fucking asking that and just show it already. How many times has Wilson said, are you sure you want to see this?
He's about to show his friend's son a video of children burning. Like,
Yeah, dude, but it's like the only thing Wilson has literally said in quotations is, are you sure you want to see
all
this?
right, that's fair. Please change up the speech pattern.
Yeah, just change it. I mean, yeah, it's just calm. It's just calm. I just gotta.
I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was telling me not to. The video continued. The cameraman moved towards the hole, showing a pit of fire. This was the hole that I had seen in the previous episode. On this time, it was filled with shapes. I could see shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light and burning flesh. Red, black, a blur of surreal movements and colors. I wish I could forget what I saw, but you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie. This was reality. Human beings were being killed in a horrifying way. A fate that I could have potentially met. The video suddenly cut to dawn. The camera now positioned farther away from the hole. The fire was out. However, there was still smoke rising up. A figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. The Mr. Bear suit was laid out on the ground. Empty. It looked just as unnerving. The suit was laid out in the shape of a cross. The cameraman did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasured artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign in bold letters. INRI was printed. The cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming into the bear's face. The episode finally ended. Oh, man. That
Creepy, man.
That gives me the chills. Not only killing the kids,
I feel like
then making
it's that feeling.
Oh. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's that feeling where it feels like there's like spiders crawling on you or something. You know what I mean? That's what I feel like. I feel like, ugh.
After killing those kids, he lays out the suit in a crucifix. As if
Also, it kind of feels like the death of that character.
Yeah. It's almost like with what he's done, he has now crossed over, right? He's fulfilled his purpose. He's now the savior of his story.
Yeah. That's what it feels like. It feels like this idea, like this kind of deity that he has is officially completed the sacrifice.
Yeah.
You know.
Man. Huh. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You can find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I had never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky,
Yes.
I assured him as we left that I was fine and that the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right, though. I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up. I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, tracking them with a fake kids TV channel. I could have been one of his victims, and I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful, but I feel guilty. Am I still here only by pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back, but now I need to address something else. My email's been flooded with messages. Some people ask for more details. Some ask if I can upload the tapes, and some people email me claiming to be Mr. Bear. First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded as they're A, in police possession as evidence, and B, I have no idea how to transfer VHS onto a computer. As for people pretending to be Mr. Bear, you're not fooling me. You have dozens of people pretending to be the same person. It doesn't work. I haven't seen a fake Caledon Local 21 YouTube channel, which is cute, but still not real. Even more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it in the entry above this one, just to show you guys. I've contacted my webmaster about the entry and was told that it was posted on Halloween. Oh, spooky. Attached to the email, paintwithb@aol.com, which I assume is another joke email. I'm over episode 31 now. The images of what I saw will stick with me for a while, but I want to do one last hurrah. I will get in contact with Mitchell Wilson again and hopefully get set up with the tapes in the possession of the other Peel police branches. Try to update you guys as soon as I can. I'm sure this won't take so long again. Thank you to everyone who still reads this. Elliot.
Wow. I mean, it's interesting because you can see so many influences in what other people have done here, especially even like my mind kind of goes to like Pen Pal in a way of an obsessive person. Even like with the end of Pen Pal where it's the guy who was obsessed with this person so much that he dressed his friend up,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like this cult of obsession thing. The idea too of sacrificing and that kind of thing. I mean, reading this back in the day must have been extremely graphic. I mean, it was disturbing now, but I feel like now people have to push the stakes because of stories like this. Like this. I wonder how crazy this must have felt reading it back in 2011.
The description of the bodies burning so intense, some still, some moving, some slowly, harrowing stuff. And then the following of the Mr. Bear costume and shape crucifix. And then he's just supposedly, maybe he's out there, maybe not. Maybe it is people hacking his email. Maybe it is just legends of the thing that lives in the storm drain. Maybe it's still him. Maybe it's the ghost of him. Maybe it's it's such a perfect place of like legends you heard as a kid and you don't know if it's real or not. It's such a perfect adaptation of you still in the course of the story don't know what's real. You don't know what to do.
Yeah. There's no finality to anything.
Yeah. Yes. That's it. That's the perfect way of phrasing it. Yeah. There's no closure. No part of this feels like, and that's done. It's just like open doors, and none of them shut.
The eerie nature of it being so open to is that I think for me and probably viewers listening is that the idea that any one of those joke emails are definitely probably joke emails, but all it takes is for one to be legitimate to just completely unravel and make this thing even more fucking crazy, And the idea too that like he does know that Mr. Bear does know Elliot. I mean, he received that letter. Who knows? I mean, like Mr. Bear, the person who is still not, no one's contacted him or no one knows where he's at or who he is, could be obsessed. I mean, this is an extremely deranged man,
Yeah. I will say, I think the hack, quote unquote, that happened that showed it was the poem about him that Mr. Bear is supposed to confirm. I do think that's real because of the fourth letter edition, right? Because it contains.
How else would they know?
How else would they know exactly? How would they know what was about to show up the next day? So,
And I think that's what that letter was doing. I think that's what that submission was doing.
So that would mean that he probably is still out there, online.
Yeah. Or not only is he still out there, but he knows Elliot. Like he knows what's going on and stuff.
He misses him. He wants him to join him, right? So maybe an update never happening after that implies that Mr. Bear got him.
Yeah.
Made him join the Angel.
Ugh. You never know. I mean, ending it in this way is frustrating in the sense of like I just want to know closure of some kind, even if it's him saying like I'm done with this. I'm putting this behind me. Blah blah blah. But even this last episode, he's like, no, I'm going to go look for more, and I'm going to see what happens. But we never get that kind of. It's like in a way, Ted the Caver kind of ends in a similar way, except Ted the Caver gives you that ultimatum of like, I'll update you when I'm back.
Yeah.
But he never comes back. You know what I mean? It's that beautiful ending. This one is just, we don't even, who knows, I mean, as we all have known, this entire time, Elliot has been not teasing us, but he's been basically filling us in on like, hey, sorry, I've lost interest. My life kind of took a crazy thing. I don't know if I'll have time. So he's done this. So who knows? I mean, he could have also just been like, I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to update it. I'm tired of all the emails. So there's so many things. There's no finality to any of it. And it makes it really, really entertaining. And I can see how much to with did Campbell Cove come after this or before this?
Let me look real quick. So the story got, like I said, it started in 2009. Final update was 2011. It blew up. I was wrong in saying that it had its first wave in 2014 with YouTube channels. Actually got its first wave when someone posted it to 4chan's X board on September 9th of 2012. And when that happened, that's when people started to notice, started to go to the original blog site, whatever.
I see.
So 2012 was when it got popular. It was published in 2009 on his website, on Chris Straub's personal website.
Regardless, if whichever one came first, I think that like either one could have been inspired by each other. But one thing I really appreciate about this is that it starts off and it kind of has some weird, creepy vignettes, but I'm glad that we do get to kind of go in more of a narrative device of stepping away from like each post just being new entries, which there are a lot of entries of the tapes and stuff like that, but we get so much more out of just being able to get the narrator's perspective on things and being able to really feel enticed with this world. Like, I mean, one thing that I really appreciate about like some of the stuff that came after these were like really early creepypastas is people really taking time and like really getting into like the characters, or especially our protagonists and stuff, not making it feel like it's just kind of a random blog post, but really like pushing the idea that like these blog posts can just, I mean, it can be a huge exposition dump for people. You know what I mean? Like, my favorite part of this whole thing was definitely running into the Beavis and Butthead looking kids and having that little urban legend kind of pop up. Like I really enjoyed that, and I wish that there was just more to that. Which, granted, this it flows so well. Like you're saying, if you didn't have the Polo part, I think the Polo part, I think that this would be just such a well-paced story that just is just awesome. Just such a fun read. First off. So casual and fun, but part of me also, because I'm kind of invested into it, is just wishing that each one of these, like, we got to hear more, even like some of these. One thing I think would be kind of interesting, I'm curious to hear what you think, is even getting to see more of these joke emails.
Seeing what more people are saying, even if it is just set dressing for the world.
Exactly. Even if it is just kind of, I want to get more and more into the psyche of having to read these as well, like building sympathy for Elliot and feeling as confused as he is, like sharing more of them. Hey, here's a string of stuff, or even just being like, someone sent me this, it's getting really annoying or whatever. Like, I think that way I feel like I would have been. It's just a giant teeter-totter. It's just kind of going back and forth, whatever. I think that's really fun. Really, really fun. I'm glad we read this one, man. This was fun.
Yeah, it does go hard. There is one thing that's bothering me, though. I swear I remembered a different tape. there was an extra tape that I kept
Really?
waiting for it to come up, and it's not. And it's honestly kind of freaking me out a little bit now. Because I remember...
You have your own personal thing going
Yeah, well,
on.
because that's the whole plot, right? Like, oh, I forgot that I saw this as a kid, but I swear there was a tape that the whole episode was just hands. It was like just hands on camera, like talking, like, oh, what do you want to do today? And then one of the hands
weird.
cuts the other with scissors, and you could hear like a muffled scream when that happens, as if like it's Mr. Bear holding the kid's hand and making him cut himself.
Do you think that this could have been a tape, like maybe it's a tape that isn't
I feel
a
like
part
I'm
of the
going
series?
insane right- Hold on, I'm gonna find this out because when it didn't happen, I'm like, oh, it must be Candle Cove, but I look it up and that's not Candle Cove. Hold on, now I'm scared. Oh, I will mention while I'm looking, this actually got adapted in 2017 to an Amazon Prime series, a miniseries, or Amazon Video. But there were also there's a ton of like alternate 1999 stories out there where like people wrote, oh, well, this is a Lost Mr. Bear episode, or this is another Booby episode, stuff like that.
So I'm curious. Like, is there anything that we can research that shows that possibly why these were removed?
Yeah, I think
I'm
so.
curious.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Or maybe even somebody, if anybody in our comments knows as well, we'd love to pin or do anything too. I mean, like, just because that was the last Booby entry there, so I'm curious to see why.
I feel like there's some creepypasta community lore here that I'm not privy to. I remember when that happened, when people started discussing the hand thing, I remember people saying, oh, that's similar to this other thing. But I don't know if it was straight up plagiarism, I think. If it was just another series about talking hands, unless the story itself was warped. But hi, so Pretend Detective Wendigo here. I've done some research online, and I'm pretty sure I know what happened, why I, and likely some of you, remember a different version of the story than the one we just read. And all of this is just like offhand research I've done within a couple hours, so if I'm wrong about any of this, feel free to correct me in the comments below. So as mentioned earlier, Camden Lamont is the original author of the 1999 story. He posted the story to his personal blog on November the 14th of 2009, again with subsequent updates coming out on the dates listed within this episode. However, it seems that Lamont wasn't really aware of creepypasta culture or of people, copying and pasting horror stories around the internet, so he just posted the horror story as his own project to his personal blog, and that'll be the personal blog that we link in the description of this video, so that way any traffic from this goes to the original creator. But it seems that after he had posted his story, people were taking that story and posting it to creepypasta boards without crediting him. Not only that, but they were adding their own additions to the story. And one of these additions is the Talking Hand show known as Booby that I mentioned a moment ago, which in itself is just a parody of an actual Talking Hand show called Booby. Not only that, but one of the people who copied the story over to a creepypasta form added an extra episode of Pain with the Soul that was a one-for-one copy of an Alan tutorial video, a popular YouTube ARG, in the following years, since the majority of people's interaction with the 1999 story was either through the creepypasta forums or through creepypasta YouTubers. Everyone assumed these additions to be part of the original author's story. So when people started to recognize that Booby was just a low-effort copy of Booby, and that the Pink with the Soul episode around Alan tutorial was straight-up plagiarism, they started to accuse the original author, Camden Lamont, of being the one to copy those stories for his own work. But, like I said, Camden never put those into the story. It's the people who ripped his story and then re-uploaded it who added the not authentic parts. This also led to a lot of drama in creepypasta communities around 2018 because Camden, who wasn't aware that any of this was going on, found out that all of it was going on at once and started to take down versions of the story that, again, stole his story and then added parts that made it seem like he was copying someone else's work. But people who didn't know the full story of that just assumed Camden didn't want people to talk about his plagiarism, which again, he never actually did. So Camden received a lot of hate because people thought he just stole other people's stories and then was trying to hide the evidence. So the version that we read today is Camden's original work as he originally wrote it, and all the stuff about plagiarism and whatnot are from people who ripped his story in the first place. Again, link to his original blog post in the description, and if I got any of this wrong, please let me know.
1999, it was rad. I mean, very, very
It was
rad.
very
I know
rad.
people
It was great.
people have requested this one in the showers, so maybe we'll
You know
maybe
what?
we'll hit the showers
This
next. Or
kind of makes up for them requesting the thing in the basement. You know?
I'm still, you know what? Whatever they requested is not our fault. Is all I have to say. And this one was luckily a strong one. Like I think it's awesome. Just a lot of cool influences in there, and it's interesting to see these kind of internet stories and how they inspire each other, and it's cool, man. I'm stoked on it.
Yeah, me too.
But without further ado, I mean, that was 1999, ladies and gentlemen. As always, we request just be sure to listen to this on audio platforms if you can, and review, or give us a nice little thumbs up or a 5-star rating. And also, if you have any story suggestions, please be sure to leave them down below. We do look at that, and we look at all the funny little fan edits as well. It makes, like I said, belly jiggling. It's very, very nice. I'm actually going to go clean my shorts because of the Elgato box dropping. That really that got me pretty bad. It is a stinky mess in my pants right now from that, and I am still shaking.
That's what you get.
That is what I get. I feel bad. But without further ado, thank you so much for watching Creepcast, and we will see you in the next one.
See you in the next one, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ben raised his hand during the question period and said, so what would you do differently? Because Idaho was ranked 43rd in education. And I know he said this because this guy then called me later on and says, your kid asked this question. And, first of all, I was like, hey, come on, you want more homework? Lighten up, yeah, give us more homework. But, the point being is my wife, the world's greatest person, is in politics and focused in, strategy and campaign problems and all sorts of things. So she talks about it as well. So maybe the kids absorb something like that. And maybe if you talk about these things at home, this is not rocket science, right? But maybe you talk about these things at home, maybe the kids do pick up on some of it. Or they start to imagine that there's something else other than just, what happens on the schoolyard. I don't know. So I guess there's an upside to it. I don't know where I'm going with that. People are going like, oh my God.
There's certainly an upside to talking about things.
Yeah.
And the more kids know now, the better it is.
But we don't teach civics, right? I mean, we don't teach civics in school. The workings of government, how the government is supposed to work.
Yeah, most people get out of high school and they barely understand what's the difference between the Congress and the Senate.
Right, and so then you get what we get, which is people reading crap on Twitter and thinking that it's always true, or that's how they form their opinion, or it's all this or it's all that. The world is not that. The world exists somewhere in the middle ground. But I don't think we're failing our kids by a desire to make life easier for them. Maybe, I don't know.
I think there's definitely some truth to that. I think there's a shocking lack of adversity that a lot of people have to go through in this life. And when you go through too much soft living, you start to develop these lazy habits and this distorted perception of reality, and a lack of understanding of what really hard work is and how difficult it is to get by in this life if you don't live in this cushy place that we live in.
Yeah. Did you work when you were a kid? Did you work summer jobs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of construction jobs, mostly.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. We I blacktop parking lots. There's a job, right?
That's a job for you.
Blacktop
Long
parking lots. Yeah. It's a good. It's. But you know what? You made some money. You felt good about it. At the end of the day, you were exhausted. But I tell my kids. I mean, they're gonna have to start. The oldest one's gonna be 11 soon. It's time for him to do something. Get a paper route. Mow lawns. So he's
trying to make him mow lawns at 11.
Sure. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. He could have mowed lawns this year. Yeah.
That seems early.
That's not early to push a lawnmower. That's not.
I didn't have a lawnmower job when I was 11. That seems early.
No, I don't think so. I think it's, you tell them where not to put their feet in their hands and they're good.
Let the little fella have a life. Get him involved in sports.
Yeah, no, they all play. They all play a lot of lacrosse. They play a lot of basketball. They
Do they shovel snow yet?
Swim team. Yeah, they shovel snow. They get out there. The 10-year-old and the 8-year-old shovel snow during the winter.
The 6-year-old's like,
Yeah, Muggsy's not doing a lot.
I gotta figure out a way out of this shit.
He's going to be management. I think that's what he's going to do.
Oh.
He's going to be management somehow. Yeah, you know, the work ethic. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, every generation, right? Like my parents wanted it to be easier for me and my brothers, right?
Yeah.
And their parents, you know, I'm sure wanted it to be easier for them, right? And so you do that, but eventually you get to diminishing returns, right? Because it becomes so easy, and you know the kids forget what it is like to actually have to work for something
And to compete.
and yeah, we can't. It's like that. I saw some story. Not that I troll the social media, but there was a story that popped up that some community they had a cheer squad tryout, and one of the girls didn't make it on cheer squad. I don't even know what cheer squad. I guess it's cheerleaders. And the mom was upset, and so she went and complained. And so the school decision was that everybody who tried out gets to be on the squad. Yeah, you can imagine what that looks like. That's
Well,
yeah.
you gotta teach kids the opposite. That if you didn't do good enough, you need to figure out what you did wrong and go back and improve and work on it. And then if you do get in next year, you'll get an amazing feeling of accomplishment rather than an amazing feeling of entitlement.
Right.
You belong in everything you try out for.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a big fat wake up call when you go out to compete in the workforce.
Right. Nobody's
Try to
going
get a
to.
job.
Oh my God. Nobody's going to cut you any slack theoretically.
Hopefully.
Yeah. But no, that's right. The idea that you know you got I mean, it's like my two older boys are you know, people think, oh, Mike's now talking about his kids all the time. My two older boys have gotten to the point now where the sports thing, they play, and if they don't play well, they sit, right? Because earlier than that, you know, everybody plays, right? It's equal playing time. You know, that's what you typically gonna get. The coaches here, and that's a good thing that little kids are learning how to play the game and where to stand and all the rest of it. So, but then they get to a certain point, it becomes merit-based, or it should anyway, which is how it works in Idaho, basically, at least with the teams that we're associated with. Is that if you don't play that well, then maybe you don't make the team, and if you make the team and you're not playing as well as the other kids, and you're sitting on the bench, and so you know, my kids, you know, when it first started happening, you know, they were complaining, you know, like, you know, screw it, I'm not getting any playing time. And I'm thinking, well, okay, what's the next part of that thought process that you need to work your way through? If you're not getting enough playing time, it's because you're not playing as well as you should be compared to the other kids. Therefore, what do you need to do? So you have to walk them through this process. And that's okay because kids don't know this stuff inherently, maybe.
Right.
And so you teach them that, but you don't teach them that, well, you're right. Why don't you try a different sport? Or, you know, or you're right. We should talk to the coach about your
Or
playing
worse, they're making it too difficult for the children, and they're not having a good time. And it should be about companionship, and it shouldn't be about competition. Well, you're setting your kid up for failure.
Yeah.
Because it can be about both. It can be about companionship, but also about competition. And look, the world is competition. It's filled with it. If you're not competing, if you just decide you don't want to have anything to do with competition, that's your choice. But if you engage in something that does require competition, you want special access.
Right. Yeah, if you're not that natured, if you don't have that competitive side of you, and okay, fine. But then don't go through the rest of life thinking, well, just because life is a competition, you know, which, you know, may upset you when you find that out, that you don't get special dispensation just because you're not a competitive person. It doesn't. Yeah. So I agree with you.
Participation trophies, and all the nonsense that's going on today.
Well, I was walking one of my boys, the oldest one, off the lacrosse field not too long ago, and he said, "How'd I do?" And I said, "Well, you could have done better. You could have played harder." It wasn't into it, right? He was tired or whatever. So he kind of looked at me, and I didn't realize I was walking, and there were some parents around me, and as we were walking across the field. And so he kind of looks at me, and I knew what he was thinking, which is, Dad, that's not right. And so I looked at him, I said, do you want me to be honest with you? Do you want me to just, you know, stand here and blow smoke up your ass? And I found out afterwards that a couple of parents were upset about the fact that I would say that, but he knew exactly what I meant. And he said, no, you should be honest. I said, well, the
Parents are upset at you for being honest.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, to be fair, Muggsy, the youngest one, got called in for. I'll tell you this. Just he got called for using the word douchebag one time, but a funnier one was when he and two of his buddies, who shall not be named, were out in the playground not too long ago, and they were sitting down. They were playing some game, right? It was recess, and all the kids, all the different grades are out there running around. And everybody knows my little kid, Muggsy. He's like the mayor of the town. He's just a jolly, happy guy. He's going to be the guy that takes 10 years to get out of college, right? And so he and his two little buddies are sitting there, and they're playing some game where they got to count with their fingers. So at one point, Jack has the number 1, and he puts up a finger, right? And one of the other kids starts laughing. And because he's got an older brother who told him what it means. So he tells him what it means. So they start shouting this out, right? And this word. They start shouting. And well, a couple of the older kids walk by, and they hear these 3 kids, 6-year-olds, yelling this word and laughing uproariously because I think it's the funniest fucking thing they've ever heard. And so they get called into the principal. Well, what happens next? I have to find out about this, right? So now they notify the parents, and admittedly the principal's laughing when they're telling the story. But now I have to have a conversation with Muggsy when I come home. So I come home, and I said, Muggsy, anything happened today? He goes, no, nothing happened. And he walked right by me. And I said, wait, come back here. I said, did you get called into the principal's? He goes, oh, yeah. He said, we were playing on the playground, and I went like this. And you know what this means? And I looked at him, I said, no, I don't need to know. And I look out of the corner of my eye, I see his 2 older brothers, like around the corner, just waiting, because they know he's going to get his ass kicked, right, for this. And they're just like, they can't wait. And so I said, no, I don't need to know what it is. Just don't do it again. Whatever you do, don't do it again. And he goes, no. You got to know what this means. And he's really intent on it. And so I said, and these 2 other boys, Scooter's son, goes, oh, he's going to get so. And I said, all right, what does it mean? And I had no idea what he was going to say, but what he did say was, motherfucker! And that's what they were yelling on the playground. All 3 of them at the top of their lungs yelling, motherfucker!
And they're 6.
At 6 years old.
That's adorable.
And I started laughing, and the 2 other boys walked away disgusted that I was laughing, and that's the end of my story. So, they're great kids.
So how do you take that gene and you put it back in the bottle?
You just say don't use it.
Once a 6-year-old starts screaming motherfucker, and they're
you can't. There's not much you can do.
Jubilantly throwing their finger up in the air.
It's hard to do. I mean, I find myself having to constantly catch myself. I'll say things like, hey, you quit jackassing around, and I'll think, okay, I probably shouldn't say that, but that's fun. I can't get my dad was the greatest guy I've ever known in my life, and he swore. And I don't. It didn't scar me in any way.
I don't have a problem with it. It's part of what I do for a living. But when I was we were skiing with my youngest daughter, who was 3, and we're packing up the stuff, and she forgot to pack her helmet, and her helmet wasn't packed in the thing, and she looks down at her luggage. She looks down at the helmet. She goes, shit. This is something adorable. She was 3 at the time, about a 3-year-old saying shit.
Well, see, if she could get together with Muggsy, then she could have said shit. And you could have said, what happened? And she could have said, I forgot my motherfucking helmet. Then she's got it completely sentenced. Oh, God.
I mean, there's something really cute about kids swearing.
Yeah.
It's just adorable.
We try to tell them, don't. Yeah, we try to teach them the basics. Don't swear if you
That's
can help
part of the
it.
problem is that it seems so attractive. To do, because they're not supposed to do it when no one's around. Like, you know what I heard? I found a new word, starts with a C.
Yeah. Oh, they're doing it.
What's that one? It's cunt.
Yeah. Well, we learned everything we learned from older brothers, right? Or from friends who had older brothers who then would talk. But it was a slower process, right?
Oh,
in part because we didn't have the internet and all that crap, right? And so I think you learned it took a little bit longer. To learn. Like, I don't think I really rolled out douchebag till I was probably 12, maybe 13.
Yeah. But we were talking yesterday about access to the internet, where kids see so much more and hear so much more today. Like, they're especially like violent images and their access to terrible things, and there's just so much that if you leave a kid alone with a computer or a phone that's online, they're just gonna find out everything about the world way before their little brains are ready.
No, you can't do it. You got to lock it down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good thing they got to learn the technology. Unlike what I apparently did. I'm gonna leave my watch here for you since I don't know how to use it. But
what year are you gonna let them get online?
Well, they can do that. They can do school research if they need to. they can, like, the middle one loves basketball. He loves basketball. So he can look up, Steph Curry videos, things like that, as long as they've got supervision, right? They have to have supervision. You have to know what they're doing. But if you're right, because if you let them have free reign, it's a freak zone out there, right? And they'll find it just by accident. And you're right. I think their minds can't, you can't ask kids to process all the crap that's out there on the internet at that early age. It's not fair. It's not right. And you can't tell me that there's not some correlation between access to all that imaging and violent images and everything else and some of the problems that we have in the world today. When we ask, how does he go so far off the rails that he steals a gun or takes a gun out of the house and shoots up a place? How does that happen? And I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist, so people don't listen to me and take that as medical advice, but
I know what you're saying. There's a reality of the world that we live in, and these images. You're not going to stop. You're not going to change the world that we live in by limiting the access these kids have to these things. But it is strange how much access we have to disturbing images, violent videos, and there's just your brain knows that that's out there, and that there's just so many more examples of it to watch.
Right. Well, if you were 12 years old or whatever, and in the old days, and maybe you found out where your dad stored the Playboys.
Yeah,
right?
That was it.
Yeah, in this case, a cardboard box in the back hall closet. Then that was it. But that was that's how you learned. Right?
Yeah, I never saw. I saw a few altercations in my neighborhood when I was growing up. But like a real violent encounter, I never saw anything.
No, shoot 'em up games now that we've got. So we use that Xbox that I talked about. It's all sports games. You can't the whole Gears of War and Call of Duty and all the rest of it.
You don't allow that?
No, you can't do that. But then again, your kid will go out to his friend's house.
Yep.
The next thing you know,
this is awesome. His head exploded.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And. Yeah, I don't know. So, what do? You're right. You can't protect them, but you gotta do your best.
Well, the world's changing. But it's changing faster than we realize. Than we're aware of in regard to the impact that it has on kids. I just think it's changing for the people that are adults. Like, wow, the world's changing. Yeah, it's changing for that 4-year-old that's growing up in that world right now, and they're gonna have, the moment they get online, it's gonna go from I'm just a little kid, live my little kid, that's my mommy, that's my daddy, to woof, the big world, all in one big smash. And I don't think an adult's brain is designed to handle most of this shit that we have access to online.
No.
Forget about a growing mind, and what influence that has on society is really yet to be determined.
What are they doing to that donkey, and why?
Yeah. How much do they get paid for that?
I didn't know that was a career that you could engage in. I've got, like I said, I've got a daughter. There's an interesting age difference, right? So what is that? That's about 12, 13 years age difference, right? And so I feel like there's a social thing there where you can study this as a case study. What my daughter went through growing up and access to information, which was uniquely different than now, even though, she started, there was really no internet or anything, but then it exploded by the time she was essentially a tween, I guess.
Well, the difference between you and I, who grew up with nothing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
No internet, and then it became the internet when we were fully formed and as an adult. And then you got a chance to see it, and even then screwed it up and made mistakes and got online with it and got viruses on your computer and saw some stuff you really didn't want to see.
Had that dial tone. Remember, you dial in when you were and then the picture would kind of come in little blips.
Oh yeah, you realize when you didn't really want to see it anymore. Like, uh-oh.
When did you first get a cell phone?
I got one real early. I got a cell phone in the 80s.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I was a comedian, and like 89, I think, I had a cell phone. I had a cell phone in my car. It was like permanently bolted down to my car.
Yeah.
I got it so I could get, the thing about it was I could get gigs with it. So like...
so people get a hold of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Bill Blumenreich, who's the owner of the Wilbur Theater in Boston, who was owner of the Comedy Connection back then, always jokes around about it. He was like, you got a lot of work because you were the only comedian with a cell phone. Like, so he could call me up and say, hey, you know, this guy just got a flat tire on his way to New Hampshire. Can you do the gig? I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm in.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm already in my car because that's where my phone is.
Yeah.
How much did you have to pay for that phone?
I don't remember. I couldn't
Could have been
afford
cheap.
it. No, I couldn't afford it. I remember not being able to pay for it after a while. Yeah, I was a dummy. I always spent more money than I had. I mean, I've never been good with finances. I've never been frugal. But it was one of those things where I realized I could get it, so I got it.
But you remember those times you'd have to drive around before you had that phone in your car. You'd have to drive around looking for a public payphone.
Oh yeah, and you got to get quarters,
Right.
Or you had to have a calling card. Remember those things?
Yeah,
You'd have a
yeah.
card. I would get fake cards too. You could buy them off people. They were like counterfeit cards, and they were good for a couple days, and they'd go under. And you could buy other ones, and then there was other things you could do. You could take a sound device and put it up to the phone, and you could get a call with that. Like you would put up this thing to the voice box area, and it would make noises like,
Yeah.
and it would somehow or another trick.
Open up the the line. Yeah, no, I remember that. We used to before the cell phone technology hit, and this is the early days of being with the agency. When you were overseas, if you were in an urban setting, you spent half your time looking for operating payphones, right? You're in some third or fourth world country. You're trying to find a payphone that actually works because you got to make some sort of call related to whatever operation you're engaged in, and the kids today in the agency don't understand that, because they've all got great technology and mobile communications, but in the old days it didn't work that way.
Most people don't even know what a phone booth is.
No, exactly.
Like they'd say like about fights. That's like a common expression. These two could have fought in a phone booth. They could have fought in I can't even say it. Could have fought in a phone booth. But today you say fought in a phone booth, and people go, why not just say they could have fought on a fucking, something else that doesn't exist anymore? A wine barrel.
Well, London, you go to London now, and there's those iconic red phone booths. None of them have a phone in it. None of them work.
What are they now?
They just kept them up. Yeah, I think they kept them up. You could probably find one occasionally that's got a phone in it, but it wasn't that long ago. I remember they actually had functioning phones in those things.
I mean, you would go outside any 7-Eleven or whatever, and there would be a bank of payphones.
I actually stopped and took a picture. I forget where the hell I was. I was out in nowhere. Pulled into a gas station. I was pulling out after, oddly enough, getting gas, and I looked over to the side, and there was a payphone against the wall, right? And now the receiver was just dangling on the ground, but I literally stopped, got out, and took a picture of it so I could show my kids. We used to make calls on these things. This is how it worked.
I remember when there was no answering machines. You remember that?
Yeah. And the first answering machine, and whoever your buddy was that got the answering machine first, you thought, man, that's the deal. You're so posh.
And I remember we got a answering machine where you could call it, and then when the dial tone went on, you would punch in like a code.
Yes.
And you could listen to your messages, and you weren't even home.
You could retrieve those messages.
It was crazy.
You could have called from your car to your answering machine. And there's a funny. Maybe you shouldn't. I guess what do I know? But you should never start a story out by saying there's a funny story. There's a story that when Lyndon Johnson was president, not president. I take that back. He was in the Senate. And there was another guy, Dirksen, who was a famous senator. And so Johnson was, one day he was driving. Dirksen gets this call. I think I got the guy right. Gets a call from Johnson. And they're talking. And Johnson says, well, I got to talk to you about this thing. He says, hold on a second. He says, we're just pulling up outside the building. I got to get out. I'll call you when I get to my office. Dirksen says, where are you calling me now? And he goes, I got a phone in my car. And so Dirksen hangs up and immediately says, I got to get one of those. So he, as the story goes, pulled some strings there in the Senate, got somebody to put a phone in his car, right? And so then he calls Johnson, and he says, Lyndon, I'm just calling you from my car. And Johnson says, that's great. Hold on a second. I got a call coming in on the other line. Hangs up on him. So, whether it's true or not, it's an apocryphal
story. They had
story.
phones in their car back then?
Yeah. Well, if you're a senator.
What year did they invent car phones?
Probably the year you got one. No, I have no idea when they invented car phones, but
Jamie,
we should look into
1946.
1946.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Man.
Wait a minute. 1946. Imagine what kind of pimp you had to be in 1969 to pull up in like a 69 Corvette with a fucking phone in your car.
Or a Lincoln Town Car.
Whoa, this is what
Look
it
at
looks
that.
like. A
That's
car
nice.
phone is a mobile phone device specifically designed to be fitted in an automobile. That's what we used to call them back then, car phones,
Yes.
remember?
Yeah.
Service originated with the Bell system and was first used in St. Louis June 17th, 1946.
Wow.
Before the fucking end of the war, right?
What?
Was it?
Yeah, no, that was after the end
When
of
did
the
the war
war.
end?
45.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
So a year after
yeah.
the World War II,
That's
they had
incredible.
a phone in their car.
And more importantly,
Holy
why St.
shit.
Louis? what the hell was going on in St. Louis if that's the site of the first car phone?
Wow. It was
Oh.
a radio enthusiast who had the foresight to invent the annoying habit of talking on the phone while in the car. So
There you go.
it basically worked on the radio, and it would somehow or another connect to a regular phone line? Is that what it worked? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is way beyond my Apple
So
Watch now.
presidents had this. Like Johnson had it when he was in the Senate.
Yeah. So, and that would have been, what's that? That would have been like 15 years after this happened, or 14 years after they invented it in St. Louis. But yeah, I remember when they, the mobile phone then was that big case that we carry
Yeah.
around, and
Oh,
you had to
yeah.
get out of your car, set it out on your car, and then they started getting.
Yeah, that a big fucking
Yeah.
thing you'd throw over your shoulder, a big handle.
I got a big box at home full of all the old phones that I've had over the years. And it's like, if I could ever get myself organized, I would turn it into some sort of wall art installation. Because it's cell phones through the years, at least covering the past 3 decades,
Oh,
so.
it's certainly interesting. What do you got there, Jamie?
This is the
It's
first thing
certainly
he
interesting.
had developed in 1920. It's like
What
a
is that?
mobile wireless transmission device, so you can send and receive messages.
In the 1920s?
Phone-like in 1920.
Jesus.
That guy behind him is the boss. You can tell he's
listening.
He's the guy in charge, man.
Wow. Yeah, I think that would be a great idea to show kids today.
Oh, yeah.
That old brick phone from Wall Street
Fantastic.
to
yeah.
remember was it called the StarTAC? StarTAC?
Those were I saw somebody still using one of those the other day. Yeah, the little flip phone.
Hipster.
The little flip phone with the
Probably
little
thought he was cute.
antenna would come out. Yeah. To be fair, he did. He had a dork knob and
Yeah,
a
there it is.
beard.
StarTAC. That
Yeah.
was a sweet phone. I had one of those. I was like, oh, baby.
It was
And
like
I got an
it was
extended
like Star
battery.
Trek, right? You were like
Yeah.
Captain Kirk with that thing. You flip it open and you walk on. It's
Remember,
great.
you can get an extra fat battery for
yeah,
it?
yeah. Although that didn't set so well in your suit coat.
No, it's terrible, those fat batteries.
Yeah.
But if you didn't have a fat you could make a call for 4 minutes. Battery technology was terrible back then. That Huawei phone, by the way, has an excellent battery.
It's got a great battery.
4,000 milliamp battery.
Yeah,
It's
you know what that
giant.
battery's doing? It's sucking all the information out of your system as you got it. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the sweet, sweet signal that you get for
Yeah.
so long while it does that.
It is true. It is true. Go out there, kids. Get yourself a Huawei phone.
Amazing
Yeah.
cameras. They have a 40 megapixel camera in one.
They make all sorts of white goods too. Like washers and dryers and refrigerators and
Oh.
yeah. So
Huawei does
they're
that?
putting all that stuff in our homes. It's
Spying
all.
on you.
Yes, it is. Yes,
You
it
think
is.
so?
I wouldn't engage in any shenanigans in my kitchen. Not when my fridge is watching. But I don't have a Huawei fridge. I don't know
Who
what I have.
does?
I have no idea what I have. I have no idea what I've got. We're about ready to start and this is what the viewers, the listeners have been waiting for, is to hear about my kitchen renovation.
What are you going to do?
Oh, we're gonna renovate the kitchen.
Put a pizza oven in? Go crazy?
We're gonna put a big wine cooler. I know that.
Are you?
That was the only thing I was actually concerned about with this kitchen renovation. I have
Baker,
no.
boozing it up.
Yeah, well, every now and then. Mostly martinis, but a nice glass of wine is nice.
I like a glass of wine.
Yeah, so we do this thing, and I don't know. They came over the other day, and my wife, who's definitely outpunted my coverage. She is a lot smarter than I am, and much more organized in the field. But she wasn't there. So the guys with the plans, whatever they call them, the planners, they came over to show me the drawings. As if I cared,
Right.
or as if I could actually read these drawings, right? The blueprints for what they're going to do to the kitchen. So I dutifully kind of paged through them and nodded and said things like, well, look at that. I made a little notation on one. I actually really did. I just said, look at it.
Starlight.
And so the guy says, what do you think? And I said, yeah, let's go for it. Let's do it. So I approved it just by... have no idea what I've engaged in at this point. But it's going to take about 3 months, and we're going to have ourselves one hell of a kitchen. So it won't be done by the time you show up. But yeah.
So then you'd be eating off of one of those fucking.
We're gonna go up to
We did that for a
McCall,
while.
yeah.
We had our kitchen get renovated, and we had a hot plate. We were cooking off of a hot plate for a while. But it
Yeah,
was-
right back in college.
It lasted a while, but it let us appreciate the kitchen.
Yeah.
and it
Did
was
you have
finally
kids at the
done.
time? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Well.
was kind of funny. We were laughing about it. We thought it was funny.
Yeah. I
We ate it a lot.
We get with our three. Yeah, we're probably just gonna go up. We got this little place, little cabin up in that great town of McCall. We're just gonna go up there and hang out for the summer.
Oh, you got a cabin up there too.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, so we'll just we'll stay up there and let them spend their days fishing and
That's every
swimming.
man's dreams.
Yeah.
A cabin somewhere.
Just get away.
Just a
yeah.
especially every man who works too hard. Just give me a cabin somewhere where I could just go.
Just getting in the car, knowing you're
Yes.
pointing the car towards the cabin.
Yes.
Right? You could be sitting in traffic for 2 hours,
But I'm going to the cabin.
Right.
I'm gonna get there, especially a cabin by the lake.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a dream.
It's a beautiful lake, and
I have
and
some
again,
friends who have a house on Coeur d'Alene.
Oh yeah.
They took a picture, and they're in a boat, and you could see the ground like 80 foot deep with a photograph of you can see the bottom of the lake.
It's crazy.
Like, how is that possible? That water's clearer than. That's like Fiji water.
Yeah.
You got a whole lake full of Fiji water.
You should go up there. Well, that's what we do. Get in Idaho. We got a lot of money to burn up
It's
there.
fucking crazy
Yeah.
though. I mean, it was so beautiful.
That Coeur d'Alene area up. It's northern part of the country, Kootenai County, and it's a great people up there.
Look at that
Yes,
place.
right.
Man.
Tiger Woods has a place up there.
I bet he does.
Yeah.
He bangs chicks up there like crazy.
Yeah.
Ships them in.
Not anymore. He's focused on golf now.
Oh,
yeah.
is he?
Oh, I think so. I think he's
that
given
why
up
he's
everything
winning?
except golf. I think that's why he's winning.
That's how you have to do it,
Yeah.
Tiger.
Yeah.
Remember back when you were young and ugly? Well, now you're rich and ugly.
Back when you
It's
were
too easy.
you weren't wealthy. You weren't doing as much of that. And you were
Those
winning.
pictures are amazing.
Yeah.
That might be one of the most beautiful spots in the country.
Yeah, they've got and it's just a great it's a great spot. It takes about it's a hell of a drive to get up there from Boise, but you can fly to Spokane, Washington, great town, and it's only about a 30-minute drive from Spokane.
Is it really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, are you going up to Spokane to do a show or no?
No.
You should.
That's the move, huh?
Yeah. Where else are you going? Are you going? Is this a one and done, or are you?
Well,
traveling
I
around?
just did a Netflix special that I filmed. It's not going to come out until September. And so now I'm just going to do a bunch of gigs and get ready to put together another hour.
Okay.
You know, so
How long does that take?
it takes a while.
Yeah.
I might have to do some illegal substances. Don't tell anybody.
No.
I need some ideas.
No, I won't say. Hold on a second. I won't say
Don't-
anything to
talk to
anybody,
Jeff
including the
Sessions.
director designate.
Try and tell all these folks to make mushrooms legal. It's not hurting anybody, and it's giving a lot of folks some real good ideas.
Oh, hey, before I forget, and I probably should have told you this offline, but Newt Gingrich thinks it would be excellent to sit down and talk to you.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's the truth.
Newt Gingrich?
Newt Gingrich. And I'll tell you how I know this.
How do you know this?
I know the person who runs his admin and operations, his media stuff, and the things that he does. And he does a lot. And she's a great person, and she told me, that's what he'd like
So
to do.
she brought it up? That
Yeah,
Newt
she brought it
Gingrich
up to
wants
me.
do the podcast?
Right.
That's when I know I fucked up and I got too big. It's time to quit, Jamie. We got to move to Coeur d'Alene and go pike fishing. They got some awesome pike fishing out there.
They do, yeah.
Fuck yeah, they do.
Yeah, and good hunting up there too. By the way. But it's so that's a great part of the country. They
Look at that.
See?
That house is on that's a precarious situation. You
got to assume that's a septic tank situation as well. They're not hooked up to city water.
Sure. What a fucking weird spot to put a
at that.
house. You greedy bitch.
Can you find
Planted it right on top of the rock?
Payette Lake, McCall? I mean, now since today's travel log, we're taking you to Idaho today.
How do you say it?
Payette, Payette,
So that's where you got a cabin?
Yeah, look at that. I know, right?
How many people out there?
Not
Look
many.
at
It's
that.
It's much smaller than Ketchum.
Give me a number.
Oh, geez, I don't
30?
know. 17. I
How
don't
many
know.
of them
It's
white nationalists? All right, there's a lot of
no,
that out there too,
you're
isn't
thinking,
there?
you're thinking about one of the other states. You're not thinking of Idaho.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Idaho has some white nationalists.
That's what they say. I've never
not
met one,
real?
but
Well, they wouldn't
look
tell
at that.
you.
I know they keep that from me as well.
Like, this guy knows too many people.
I know.
That's really that lake?
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Right. I'm telling you.
Holy
it's
shit.
Fantastic.
That makes me, right now, I'm getting anxiety. I want to push a boat out there
Yeah.
and start fishing. I can see the
Right.
water, like, look how flat it is. I can see, like, the trout breaking the surface.
And during the summer, you just go out there and, in the high season, when you're not fishing, you just float around, do a little water skiing if you want to, but mostly just kind of hang out.
That looks fucking amazing.
And 10 minutes from there is the ski area and the ski resort. It's a great little ski place.
You know what, man? I think I'm done with skiing.
Yeah.
Every time I ski, this is what I'm doing. Don't get hurt, don't get hurt, don't get hurt,
Right.
don't get hurt. Whew, didn't get hurt.
Right. Yeah. No, I know. The feeling.
Another one of my friends just blew out her ACL.
Oh.
I know 3 friends that blew out their ACL in a year.
All skiing?
All skiing. 3 in a year.
Yeah. You got to adjust, right? It's like everything else. You got to, but you're right. Once you have that thought, and I know exactly what you're thinking. I'm doing the same thing. I'm heading down the slope thinking, I cannot afford to hurt myself. I got too much work to do.
Don't get hurt,
Yeah.
don't get hurt,
Yeah.
don't get hurt. Whoosh, didn't get hurt.
I was snowboarding one time, and I just completely lost it. Cracked some ribs. Couldn't catch my breath when I was laying on my back, right?
Ugh.
And it was towards the end of the day, and that's when it happens, right? You're exhausted,
Right.
but you think, I'm going to do one more run because it sounds like a good idea. And so anyway, I'm laying down there, and there was nobody else out. I mean, it was getting twilight, and I'm looking up at the sky. And I hear this. This is how I'm going to die. And I hear this noise behind me, and these 2 guys. It couldn't have been. Both of them are probably like 19, maybe. They come screeching to a stop, and I'm looking up, and I'm trying to catch my breath, and I can't really move. And so all I can see is when their faces come into the frame above my head. They both look down at me, and they go, "Oh, dude." And then they take off, right? They take off, yeah.
They just left you there?
They left me there. They didn't even, I guess because I didn't say, they're going to pay that. I didn't say anything because I was trying to catch my breath. And they just take off, and I'm thinking, that sucks.
You have a small window to say help.
Yeah.
And then your pride and your ego.
Right.
You're like, I don't want to tell these little fucks that I'm hurt.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Little punks.
I dropped into a tree well a couple seasons ago, and we were out
A
on
tree well?
a tree well, and I was in
What's
the
that
backcountry.
mean?
Well, you know how you have a tree, lots of snow falling, you got powder. And so what will happen sometimes is you get the appearance of solid snow, but around the tree, the base of the tree, you'll get these little caves almost, like there's nothing around the bottom of the tree. So the tendency is for the snow, if you get too close to the tree wall, you'll collapse into it, and then you're at the bottom of this hole, right?
Oh, no.
And you're trying to get out, and usually it happens, when there's beautiful snow, it's all powder, and you can't get out. So anyway, my wife and I were on the backside of this mountain, and so there's nobody around. She got out ahead of me. And I fell into this thing, and that's the time when I thought to myself, after about 35 minutes of trying to haul my ass out of there, I thought I could actually die here. But the snow was falling lightly, and there was still a little bit of sun coming through, and it was a beautiful thing. And I literally thought, I had to lay down for a minute to catch my breath and think, I gotta give this another try. I thought, these are worse places to die. And I thought, what if you gotta go here? Because I think at some point my heart's gonna explode because I was working like a son of a bitch.
How are we trying to do it? How are you just trying to get out?
Well, at first you think, okay, I get my skis back on, get out of here, or maybe I won't get my skis on. I'll try to just step out of here and get out. But it's like being in
quicksand.
It's like being in quicksand, I guess, is a good analogy, yeah. And so it's just, you can't get a grip on anything. You can't get a hold of anything. And you're trying to pull yourself back up, and even if you do get a little ways out, you're on powder, right? And it was a beautiful powder day, right? Blue skies.
How deep is this powder?
Well, you sink into it up to your thighs and beyond. And so when you're doing that, think about it. You're trying to get, because at a certain point you got to get your skis back on, right?
Right.
And then you're about done by the time you get out of a tree well, and now you're trying to get your skis back on, and you're in powder, and you're trying to do that, and it turned into a real go-go. But I guess my point being is it was a beautiful day, and I thought, not that I was going to lay down and die, but I thought if you happened to go, it's not that place.
That's a great attitude, but it's also, I think, indicative of how much shit you see in your life.
Yeah.
I'm like, at least I'm here.
I was worried about the wolves. The wolves could come by and gnaw at my bones.
They would do that.
They
too.
would, like that guy's coyote. Holy
There was a
smokes.
horrible story about in Africa where a toddler got stolen by a leopard. I put it on my Twitter.
Jeez.
I put that stuff on my Twitter all the time. People go, why do you put this up? Why do you post this? Because I want people to know. You got a delusional sense of wildlife, you fucks. You dummies out there taking selfies with bears.
Well, I was in Connecticut just a couple days ago. And I was talking to some folks that I know, because we used to live out there a while back before we moved to Idaho. And they were telling me the story that they've got this alert out, this is on the loose in Connecticut. Right now, it's a pretty rural state. People don't realize that.
Yeah, it is.
But it's a rural state. But anyway, this lady was walking her 2 little dogs. Right? I don't know what kind of dogs they were, but this out of nowhere, this bobcat just like swooped in, grabbed one of them, took off. Right?
Jeez.
And she's chasing the cat, trying to save her dog. Well, that dog is done, right?
Yeah.
And so she's trying to. So she gets anyway. So they had sightings of this thing, but now everybody's freaking out because it's a danger to their Shih Tzu or whatever.
They found a mountain lion in Connecticut a few years back, and I think he got killed on the highway. I think, and they found
What was he
out.
driving?
One of the things they found out from
That's the
this
sort of humor you
mountain lion was that it had traveled from, I want to say, North Dakota. It had made its way all the way across the country.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, they can roam, man.
Yeah. It's like we used to have coyotes come across our front yard in Connecticut.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're
everywhere
so
now.
adaptable. Yeah.
They're in New York City now.
Really?
Yep.
That is not where I would go as a coyote.
What is this?
A lynx in someone's kitchen.
Oh,
Did you
that's
see
not
this?
good. That ain't good. Wow, look at the noise it's making.
Like if you. Okay.
Whoa.
Don't know how it got there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So creepy.
I tell you what,
The noises this thing is making.
I think that's the person taking the video, don't you?
No.
I guess so.
I would punt that thing into another dimension.
Yeah.
No fucking
Yeah.
question.
I
I'm
would
like,
get at the omelet pan out.
yeah, if
right?
this is going
Yeah.
down, it's going down right now, and I'm going to choose.
Yeah. That thing was crazy.
Wow!
Well, you're right. I mean,
Even though they made that noise. Wow!
I
it
could have
sounds
sworn,
like a
I could have
kid.
sworn that was the lady taking the video.
Let me hear that again. Give me some volume.
I think that is the lady.
No! That's the cat. That's the noise. That's the cat.
Yeah, you're right.
Fuck you, cat.
That thing is. There's something wrong with that cat. That cat's got an issue.
Yeah.
That's got a problem.
Yeah.
There's a. There's
It's on meds.
Yeah. That's opioids right there. There's something going on. Holy smokes. Well, thank you for bringing that up. But you're right. The notion about what wildlife is like.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're, you know, and it's just, and it's that difference, right? It's that difference. If you're living in New York City, you've got this perspective about it, and it's all.
That's why I'm happy
Benign.
the coyotes have made their way in New York City. You're going to start snatching dogs, and people are going to go, hey, they're not our friends. They're not they're not like Wile E. Coyote.
We just need to understand why they're upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've encroached on their land. Nope. This is what they do.
What was the best hunting trip you ever took? I'm curious.
My favorite to hunt is elk.
Elk. Okay.
Yeah, because first of all, because you get one elk and you get hundreds of pounds of meat. I love that.
Yeah.
It's delicious. The only thing that's as delicious is this axis deer. Axis deer is pretty damn delicious. The thing about axis deer too is it's one of the most ethical trips because you have to kill them because they don't have any natural predators at all. And there's 20,000 of them on Lanai alone. And they have them on Molokai, they have them on Maui, and there's no predators. So they literally have a responsibility to kill them. Otherwise, they're going to face starvation and disease and overpopulation, decimation of plant life. I mean, they just eat everything in sight.
Do you have to get a separate license for each island, or how does
I
that
do
work?
not know. I think you get a Hawaii state license, but the way it works in Lanai, you could shoot 12 of them. 12. That's how many they have, which is crazy for deer.
Yeah.
I mean, the most you ever hear is like 2 bucks in some states, and you know they really have a lot of deers.
What do you end up with once you dress it? Yeah.
I would say each one you're getting around 50 plus pounds of meat. They're about 200 pounds on the hoof.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. They look
It's
they look more
delicious.
delicate than that, but you know.
No, it's a fairly big animal.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
heavy.
Yeah.
They're fast as fuck too,
Really?
man. Yeah, when they run, you're like, whoa. They run like it's like again, it's like an African animal.
Run
It's
like a deer.
Yeah, but it's much faster than a regular deer.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
like that whitetail that took off in that video.
Right.
They're way quicker than that. They would be.
Well, that guy was not exactly the Usain Bolt of the deer. That guy, I wouldn't use him as the bar to set this by.
Yeah, he was like a light bulb that you have to slap a couple of times to get it to go on.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
So, I had a follow-up question to the deer. Damn it. This is what happens. You get older.
I know. Sad.
Holy smokes. They just start getting up in the middle of the night to go pee.
But you're out in this island. This is this gorgeous island on the Pacific Ocean with just beautiful views. I mean, it's just unbelievable, stunning. And it's filled with these deer. I mean, they are everywhere on that island.
That's the best thing about it. When it comes down to it, the hunting, the fishing, it's just being out there,
Yeah.
right? And you sometimes you have to remember, you have to stop. And I mean, like you want fly fishing sometimes. You get caught up, and then all of a sudden you have to stop and you step back and you kind of look around and you think, oh yeah, this makes sense.
I don't do enough fishing. I fucking love fishing. I've done fishing a few times recently with my kids, but it's ocean fishing where you're out there trolling. You know, you're in a boat and you're pulling the line. It's not as fun. Casting, like on a lake, is the best. Like topwater bait or something like that.
Yeah, that's great for kids. Kids love
Oh,
that.
man.
And I've started taking. I've been lucky enough to be part of an Alaskan fishing trip that happens every year.
What do you guys go for?
Halibut, salmon.
That's the best.
And I've actually got a picture of a couple of the halibut that my boy, because now he's old enough, I can bring him with me. And so we go every year with, there's a group of guys, you know, there's maybe 20 guys. And he hauls up this halibut. This was his first time going, right? He's up in Alaska, this beautiful place. And you could just tell it just snapped him, right? He was just like, oh my God, the expanse of it all, right?
Yeah.
It's just the size of this place. And then you get out on the water and he starts hauling up this thing. And it's this massive halibut. And he just like, he couldn't even put two words together. And then you have to tell him it's got to go back in the water because it's not big enough, right? So
Really?
halibut's got to be either below or above a certain size. The middle range is maximum for breeding.
Yeah, if they get them too big, they have to let them go, right?
If you get them get them big enough. While I'm talking, I'll bring this photo up. I don't know why. Oh, my phone's dead. Never mind. Really, technology fails me again. The prime space in between, I forget what the cutoff is. I think they have to be over 80 something inches. I'm sure somebody can dial in and tell me.
80 inches?
Yeah, and if it's not over that, and it's a little bit over that, then you got to toss it back in because they're still in prime fucking time and they produce more babies.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah,
The really big ones. A buddy of mine got a huge one, and they cut the line on him.
Yeah.
They were saying it's too big. We got to let it go. And he was like, "What in the fuck?"
Yeah. No, if it's big enough, then they can. But you look at them and you think that's got to be big enough.
It
but
can't
it's
be
not.
80
Yeah,
inches.
it is. Yeah. If this damn thing was working, I'd show this photo of Scooter with his halibut.
Well, plug it in and charge it back up.
All right, then fine.
Jesus.
I know. It's like I didn't know whether you had electricity here.
We do. That's how the lights are on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't know how things work in Idaho.
Yeah, it's a little different there.
But if 80, look at the size of that fucking
300
thing.
pounds.
That's a beautiful
Yeah,
one.
there you go. Just pretend my one of those kids is my kid, and pretty much it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they're enormous.
But if they're bigger than that, they probably have to let them go. I mean, if you get a fish like that, you're eating that thing for a
what
year.
happens is but if you catch one that say is about 8 inches smaller than that, then you got to toss it back in.
What?
So the point being is, you'll look at something, you'll think, wow, this is definitely big enough to catch. Then you got to measure it. And if it's not over that 80-some-odd threshold, you got to chuck it back in. But when you talk about a fish that's that big, you think, there's no way I got to toss this back in. But you do. It's state law.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What is 80 inches? That's 6 foot, what?
6.5 feet.
6.5 feet.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's absolutely crazy.
Fucking fish, man.
And you just haul this, and you can imagine what it's like. I mean, you're 400 feet down, maybe, right? Because you're down towards the bottom, and you're just kind of banging the bait down there on the bottom.
And you're bringing up a door to a castle.
That's it. Yeah. Look at this.
Wow. And I mean, halibut are delicious
Oh,
too.
it's really good. So we end up with kind of like what you're talking about when you're thinking about, well, what do you end up with? Well, I end up with an entire freezer just from this one trip.
Wow.
An entire freezer full of salmon and halibut. It's pretty.
And you get to do it in Alaska, which is one of my favorite places to go to. Alaska's just crazy that we stole that from the Russians for like $15. How much did we get it for? Cheaper than Manhattan, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. Alaska and Yellowstone, two places I tell people all the time, you got to go. You got to go to both.
What was it?
$7 million.
That's it?
That was in 1867, so.
Okay, in current dollars, that would be like, I don't know,
$7.2 million, but Manhattan was like $15, right? How much did they give the Native Americans? And then people are getting crazy right now. They stole it. They stole it from the Native. Okay.
But apparently we paid the Russians pretty well. But we stole it from the Indians.
$24.
24. Well, yeah, but you have to remember it was undeveloped at the time.
So unlike Alaska,
That's right.
Alaska's still undeveloped.
200 years before.
Imagine how angry the
smokes.
Russians must be. They sold that to us for $7 million. It is so big. I mean, at least Manhattan is fairly small.
Well, think about the Louisiana Purchase, right? I mean, think about Jefferson getting that from Napoleon. And I mean, what that was like. And it is crazy when you think how this nation was cobbled together.
Yeah.
And the foresight that took and the sort of just the balls of saying, yeah, we're going to take that. Thank you.
Okay, 15 million. Approximately 4 cents an acre.
Yeah, it seems like a fair
Holy
price.
shit! It was purchased in purchase treaty by the Senate on October 20th of 1803, doubled the size of the United States, and opened up the continent to its westward expansion.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
First thing they did was encourage people move out there. You gotta populate that place, right? That was the whole plan.
Well, one of the things that we saw when we were in Montana for the first time on the Missouri was you saw these homesteads where people tried to make it out there, and they realized you can't grow anything out there because that mud is just it's not, you can't till it. You're not going to grow anything in it. Whatever's growing there is what grows there. And you're not going to grow anything extra. You can't have a farm there. And people tried forever because they just thought, let me just find some ground, and all you have to do is live there for a certain amount of time, then it would be yours. But there's these really old, broken down houses from, the 1800s, 1700s, whenever people were out there, and you could still go there and touch the wood. It's really weird.
You can still see, there's homesteads like that in Idaho, and it is crazy when you think about people making their way across, right? We talked about how people are getting softer, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's why when people, you see photos of people from those days, they look hard, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
thin, too.
tough life, right?
Skinny
And,
faces.
yeah, and just they don't often look happy, but it's they were living a hard life, and they're making their way across the country, and sometimes you imagine they're just thinking, fuck it, this is as far as I can go. And they just put up stakes there, right? They said, fine, we'll just build here. And maybe it was good land, maybe it wasn't. But can you imagine when you get to you're suddenly staring at the Rockies and you think, really? I got to cross this in those days? I mean, the expansion, the westward movement of people. There was a series called, this is misogynistic, but it was called The Men Who Built America, right? Or The Frontiersmen or something like that.
That is misogynistic.
Yeah, it is,
Fucking
right?
Sexist.
Right. I know, exactly.
The women didn't build anything, you assholes.
No, I mean, they did some cooking and, mending.
Babies.
Mending. But no, if that series was really good. There was the first one was The Men Who Built America, and then they did another series about the frontiersmen. And that one is the one I'm thinking of. I think there's 5 or 6 episodes to it. I think it's on Netflix. But it talks about, it covers the whole thing, but it covers Davy Crockett, Daniel Boone, all the characters that you remember hearing about.
Right.
But it goes into real historical detail about it, and it's fascinating when you look at how this place was cobbled together.
And quickly.
And quickly,
If you think about just a couple hundred years' time in relation to the rest of the world, a couple hundred years, things didn't change that much at all.
No, exactly. It's a remarkable story, but yeah, it's also you get an appreciation for kind of how we might have treated the Native Americans.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
My 7-year-old came home the other day with a pale look in her face, and I go, "What's going on?" She's like, "I learned about the Donner Party today."
Oh, jeez.
Fucking 7. They're teaching kids about the Donner Party. She's like, "Where did they die?" I'm like, "The mountains. They tried to make it across during the winter, and they didn't make it." And she's like they ate each other? Like they ate. They're teaching my fucking 7-year-old the people.
We were playing Oregon Trail back then, which is, it's a video game. That's the video game violence.
Yeah, that's a different thing. But, it's just something about learning that could happen, and did just a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah.
It's not that long ago.
Well, you look at Lewis and Clark, right?
Yeah.
Look at what they did, and what they were wandering out into, which they had no idea what they were
They
doing.
didn't know what the fuck was out there in
Yeah.
terms of predators, in terms of natives. They didn't know what was going on.
I had a call one time from a production company. Wanted to know whether I wanted to take part in and they were going to do a series on. It was on the Donner Party. They were going to recreate that whole expedition, right? And right down to the last thing. Everything was supposed to be historically accurate and everything. And I listened to what they were doing, and I thought to myself, Yeah, thank you very much. I couldn't get myself excited about it, I guess. You know, I thought it would be interesting, but probably only interesting for the first couple of days. And then you're thinking,
Why am I here?
yeah, why am I here? Right.
Yeah.
I mean, for the sake of a show. But, you know, I think they pulled it together. I'd have to look and see what
They probably faked a bunch of shit anyway.
Oh, yeah.
What does they do with those shows? Things don't go well, like, time to fake it.
Yeah, because the crew's always right there, right? It's like Bear Grylls.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, will I survive? Well, I think you might, and hopefully your cameraman does too. So
Yeah, Bear Grylls, it was a direct response to Survivor Man refusing to fake things. Because he did it on the same network.
Oh.
Les Stroud's a friend of mine. He was telling me what happened. They were trying to get him to fake things. And he was like, no, I'm going to go by myself with just cameras.
Yeah.
And I'm going to film myself actually surviving. And if you watch Les, he'll do a show where, you know, he's out there for 5-6 days. By the end of those 5 days, his cheeks are sunken in. He looks like shit. He's barely sleeping. He's just eating anything he can find. Sometimes he's not eating for days.
Well, you know,
Bear
I mean,
Grylls
think about
looks great.
Yeah, Bear, he's all
He's
all
sleeping
good.
in the Marriott.
Yeah, he's exactly what I was going to say. Well,
Drinking
I felt this
bottled
lean
water.
too. Now I'm
Yeah.
off to the days in.
On camera, he's drinking his own piss and trying to survive off of roots. As soon as the camera's like, cut, give me that Twinkie.
I don't remember where he came out of. I can't remember where he was in the British military. I'm trying to remember. I don't think he was with SBS or SAS or anything like that.
I thought it was. I thought it was SAS. I thought that's what they said.
Maybe it was. Maybe. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, if you're doing it for real and you think about the amount of calories you burn and what you need to replace, you know, and then you realize that's what it was all about. People spent every damn waking hour collecting food and water to keep themselves going.
Yeah.
And that was it until, you know, whenever.
Well, you realize that when you go on hunting trips, like if you had to just hunt for survival, a hunting trip, you could easily go 5-6 days and not even see an animal.
Yeah.
If you're in the wrong spot, you got to try to find them. I mean, there's many days where you go and you don't see anything. Like, what if you're hungry that day?
Right.
Well, tough shit.
Yeah.
Tough shit.
Yeah.
And those people did that with muskets and bows and arrows and tried to make it across the country without any idea what the fuck was in front of them.
I mean, Lewis and Clark burned, or Powell going down to Colorado. The amount of food they needed to consume as an expedition was astounding.
Yeah.
And the time that you had to spend hunting and ensuring that you could keep everybody fed. And Lewis and Clark, they ran out of food at a certain point. They were eating their leftover candles, basically.
Wait,
made out of,
really?
Yeah, made out of beef tallow. So, yeah, they were down to, that was it.
Candles?
Yeah, that's all they
Imagine
had.
how hungry you have to be to eat a candle.
Yeah. Who gets the wick? It's chewy, delicious.
It's anything to fill your stomach, I'm sure.
Yeah, but anyway. So that's but the interesting thing is, if you live in a place like, if you live out west, you're surrounded by this all the time. You think about it, right? For some reason, I have no idea why, but yeah, I've lived all over hell and back. I'm never moving again.
Yeah, it's obviously a gorgeous place where you live. I get it, and fuck Connecticut. You went from Connecticut to there.
I did, yeah.
You went from one of the places that I would never live to one of the places that I would definitely live.
One of the country's worst managed states. You know, it's just incredible. That New Jersey, obviously, you know, they just underfunded pensions or unfunded pensions,
And a shitload of Lyme disease too.
Oh yeah. Have you ever had Lyme disease?
No.
I had it. It's not
Have
good.
you got it?
Yeah.
Some people get it and they keep it.
Yeah, they hold on
Chronic.
to it. Yeah, it's like dysentery or malaria. It just kind of sits with you. And, yeah, I came down with this. It was like flu-like conditions. People are fascinated. I hope Mike tells us about his Lyme disease story. And you just feel like absolute shit. It feels like a bad flu. And so I would go and I talked to a couple of doctors there in Connecticut, and they were like, I think it's the flu. Right? And they didn't diagnose it. So then we go out, we're out in Idaho. We hadn't moved out there yet, but we went skiing and we were in Ketchum. And I go into a clinic because I said, just not feeling any better. This thing is just lingering. So I go into a clinic there and I talk to the guy. And it's a young doctor, not too long out of medical school. And he says, where do you live? I said, Connecticut. And he goes, you got Lyme disease. Yeah, I'm in Idaho, and he diagnosed Lyme disease. Turns out he went to this medical school in Yale, in Connecticut, and he figured it out. And so it's pretty
You
much
got to go
what it
to
was.
Idaho to get a good doctor. That's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're 43rd in education, but we are tops in healthcare. So there you go. But tick season. It's gonna be a bad tick season out west too, because we didn't get really a big freeze in parts of it. Not all over.
They're creepy little animals.
Yeah.
The fact that they carry such debilitating diseases. Have you ever heard about the Lone Star tick? The Lone Star tick that turns people. There's a certain derivative of one of those diseases that comes with this Lone Star tick that it attacks something called the alpha gal, which is short for something else, but it essentially makes you allergic to red meat.
No.
Yes. Yeah, there's a tick that if it bites you, if it can give you a disease, it will make you allergic to red meat. And it's spreading all throughout Texas. Texas has a great bunch of cases of it. There it is. Ticks can be the size of a poppy seed. Can you spot all 5 ticks in this photo?
There they are. They're all grouped right there in the center. Yeah.
The fuck? What kind of nonsense is that? That's the CDC?
They just tweeted this out.
Why
the
do they
other
do
day.
that? Learn how to prevent tick bites.
People got grossed out.
Yeah, don't eat a
why?
muffin. Yeah, if you avoid muffins, you won't get ticks.
Why are you putting ticks on the muffins, you asshole? You did it on purpose for a picture? You ruining food?
Yeah.
They scare the shit out of me, those little creepy bugs.
Yeah, we got a big old English golden retriever, so we're always, during this time of year, we're always pulling ticks off them. Or they'll come inside and sit down. Next thing you know, one's crawling off them. It's not good. But
Where'd you get you? So you got Lyme in Connecticut, right?
yeah,
A lot of people in the East Coast are getting it.
yeah.
It's super common.
It's all but Connecticut's covered in ticks. I mean, I had no idea when we moved there, but we had a nice little property. We had a big pond out there and a little stream running through. It was very picturesque, but it was also just covered in ticks.
What can you do about that? Nothing, right?
Yeah, they'll go through and spray, but then you got to probably let the kids out.
Yeah, right.
So,
what the fuck is the spray killing besides the ticks?
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't do anything like that out there, and it's not so bad out west, but they still have it. And they don't have the same types. They certainly don't have this red meat tick. I never heard
That's
that.
a new
before.
one.
That's a creep show right
I think
there.
it's within the last. They discovered it within the last 5 years.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. I mean, I've given up a lot of red meat, but now I'm not going to give up red
Don't
meat.
give up red meat.
Well, no, you know what I mean. I eat less than I used to.
Eat it
Yeah.
all.
Nah, eat it
Don't
all.
listen to
Eat
those
it all.
fucking monsters.
Yeah, I try to. I try to cut back to some degree. Just for you get a little bit older, and I'm trying to watch. I got a family history of heart disease, massive problem with heart disease. My parents went both that way. One of my brothers has a defibrillator, another's got several stents. The other's on heart medication. I mean, it's just like it's a family thing. So you try to do what you can, but I'm not giving it up. Just like I'm not giving up a martini. Are you kidding me?
I really don't believe the red meat has any effect on that. I think it's processed carbohydrates and sugar. I think that's what it's all about. And this comes from conversations with real scientists and nutritionists and people who understand the actual studies and data. There is an issue combining carbohydrates and simple refined carbohydrates with red meat. Saturated fats by themselves, not an issue. Saturated fats with high levels of carbohydrates, definitely an issue.
Why? Just the interaction.
The interaction between the two of them, the way Dr. Rhonda Patrick talked about it, I could get a hold of her and try to get her to do it again and explain it to me. But it's the interaction between saturated fats and carbohydrates. It's not saturated fats on themselves, on their own. Saturated fat, like red meat and organ meat in particular, extremely healthy for you. Very good for you. But people are so used to consuming sugar and simple carbohydrates and processed foods for fuel that your body just gets accustomed to it. When you add saturated fat to processed carbohydrates and sugar, that's when you get issues. That's why a lot of these studies that show that red meat and heart disease, if people who eat red meat over 4 or 5 times a week have higher instances of heart disease, but they're not asking what are they eating with the red meat. Are they eating it in a burger? Are they eating it with fries and shakes? And because that's different than eating a grass-fed steak with avocado and maybe a salad. That's not bad for you at all. Yeah. It's look, if red meat really gave people heart disease and cancer and all these things that people say, there'd be no people. Okay, because people have been eating red meat from the beginning of time, and literally 97% of the population eats meat.
But people process this stuff differently.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, so
nitrites, processing, all the different preservatives that people put on in red meat and processed foods, that's what's fucking people up. That and refined sugars and carbohydrates.
Do you pay attention to cholesterol issues? I mean, like, is that something?
Not dietary cholesterol, but neither does the American Heart Association. You know, they even Weight Watchers now says that dietary cholesterol has no impact on your actual blood cholesterol. The Weight Watchers lets you eat as many eggs as you want. Eggs have a 0-point system in Weight Watchers now. Eggs are
Really?
0 points. Yeah. You can eat as
that
many
whole
eggs as
thing
you want.
that I've been doing that egg white thing.
Everybody, their whole life. Egg whites are not good. But the good part is the yolk.
Yeah.
You want the egg and the yolk
But
together.
the protein's in the white, right? I mean,
No, there's protein in the yolk too.
Okay, all right.
They both have protein. This is nonsense, but the cholesterol's in the yolk.
in the yolk. Okay.
But it's not bad for you. Cholesterol's the building block for hormones.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, we get lied to from the beginning of time when it comes to, well, first of all, there's a lack of understanding, and then there's also these studies that come out that are fucking funded by the sugar industry. You know about that? Where the sugar industry paid scientists to take the blame off of sugar and put it onto saturated fat. There was a whole New York Times article about it. The sugar industry bribes scientists to lie about the dangers of sugar.
What's the difference between I don't even know what you call it, refined sugar and beet sugar? Is there
There's different sugars have a different effect on, like, they have a lower glycemic index, and it really usually is dependent upon whether or not they're connected to fiber. Like, sugar in the form of fruit is not bad for you. Like, if you eat an apple, it's connected to fiber. You're eating the whole fruit. That's what it's supposed to be.
Right.
That's how it's supposed to be consumed. The real issue comes when you take that sugar out of that fruit. You know, whether it's high fructose corn syrup or whatever the fuck else you're getting sugar from, and then consume that sugar, because then it's sugar free of all the natural things that contain it.
Yeah.
Fiber and the actual, the tissue, the actual fruit itself, the tissue of the fruit.
The interesting thing is, we try to keep processed foods out of the house for the most part, right? So we try to keep the kids eating healthy and all the things we're supposed to do. But it is interesting in the sense that, from an economic standpoint, right? Eating healthy, there's you're advantaged if you're, middle class or upper class, right? Mm-hmm. If you don't have the financial wherewithal, I think that's, I don't know, maybe I'm just blowing smoke out my ass, but I think that there is something to be said for that. I mean, because if you're going and you think, I'm going to eat organic, I'm going to eat all this.
It's fucking expensive.
It's expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, okay, well, so you've got a group of people that are disadvantaged in the nutrition side of things because they end up defaulting to the processed foods or the fast foods.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to hear about the red meat. Now, I'm going to walk out of here. I'm going to say, I can eat a steak whenever I want, and then I'm going to get bit by this tick. I'm not going to want a steak. So,
well, salmon is fantastic for you. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
And the essential fatty acids in salmon, omega fatty acids, salmon is just one of the best things you can eat. Wild salmon.
Oh my God,
phenomenal for you.
Haul in there. We got to freeze it for you. Haul in some king salmon and
beautiful.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's beautiful.
So good. And that's the best meal. Is that and some basic vegetables.
Exactly.
And boom, and you're done. And luckily, we're lucky. Our kids like fish. They really like fish, and there are a lot of their friends. They'll come over for dinner. Whatever. I don't want fish.
Oh, those little fucks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have that. And they want a burger. Okay, fine. But we eat a ton of fish because you catch a lot of fish.
Sure.
So yeah, it's really good.
Kids get really addicted to bread. They get really addicted to hamburgers and sandwiches and things with the carbs. It's about carbs with kids, and you need a certain amount of carbs for sure, but we eat way too much in general, and that is most likely what's responsible for heart disease, most likely what's responsible for the overweight epidemic in America. It's carbs.
Yeah, I can believe that. I do think that the people people react differently. So,
Mhm,
you know,
for
we
sure.
could have two people, we got the same diet. I'm going to process it one way, and I'm going to end up with very high cholesterol.
That's
It's
a
going to be
fact.
a problem. But, yeah, so anyway, but bottom line is, you know, you get to a certain point and you start thinking, I'm going to pay a little more attention. So that's where I am in life. I'm paying a little more attention to what I'm eating. I'm paying a little more attention to my regimen as far as what I do for, you know, exercise.
I'm going to send you some podcasts to listen to.
Yeah, that would be
It'll
good.
give you a real understanding of the actual science behind food versus the misconceptions and versus the misinformation, because there's so much of it out there. And then there's so much, you know, we've talked about this before. This is probably a good thing to talk about this now, and I need to know what's true and what's not true. Remember when we talked about how the guy who started the Atkins diet died, and he was 258 pounds and all that stuff? Well, apparently when he fell and hit his head, he had serious problems in the hospital and gained somewhere around 50 pounds while he was in the hospital, even more than 50 pounds. I believe he was 195 pounds, they're saying, when he was checked into the hospital. And his heart disease had nothing to do with his diet. It was a viral illness that caused his heart to fail. And this was all related to organ failure. He had massive organ failure and massive water retention because his body was falling apart while he was in the hospital. So
What's the, I mean, most people think he died how?
well, most people think he died falling and hitting his head, which is true, but the vegan propaganda was that he actually died of a heart attack,
Okay,
and
yeah.
that he was 258 pounds when he died, so his diet didn't work, but they're saying that no, when he was checked into the hospital after he hit his head, he was only 195 pounds.
Okay. Yeah.
So all this weight gain that they're attributing to his diet, they're being disingenuous and untruthful.
And the first thing you do when you check into a hospital is you got to check yourself out as quickly as possible.
Well,
Good
this guy,
God. Yeah.
I mean, when he checked into the hospital, he was fucked.
Yeah.
Apparently, I mean, he fell and cracked his head open on the ice.
Okay.
And, you know, it wasn't a good scene. And he was an older gentleman when it happened. I believe he was in his 70s.
Okay. Yeah.
And
yeah.
But he died. He had massive organ failure, and it was. So somebody sent me some thing yesterday about it, so that whatever his heart disease was, it was not from like hardening of the arteries, from cholesterol, from eating all that food.
Yeah.
It's so hard to understand what's right and what's wrong too, because people get so ideological about it,
Right.
Especially vegans.
Yeah.
And even some meat eaters get ideological about it. People aren't looking at the real relationship between food and health.
Well, we got a few people in my family who are vegan, and yeah, it's a little religion, right? I mean, they're wonderful people, they're great people, but when it comes to this, it's a little bit of a religious thing for them, and I'm
It's
thinking,
definitely ideological.
Yeah.
And they want to think there's only one way, and that's to be plant-based. It cures all diseases. It
Right.
fixes. Well, I know I've had people that have gone vegan and they got sick, and they had bad blood work. And Sam Harris is one of them. He tried it for a little while. He tried it for quite a while. And he did it the right way, and he got ill from it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of moderation. Just moderation in everything, right? I mean, just that seems to be a reasonable attitude, I think, in terms of when it comes to your diet, right? And just I don't know. I try not to overthink anything in life, and we just, we're in that point in society where maybe because things are easy, and we have made it easy because of technology and everything else, that we're able to just analyze everything to a fucking fairly well, right? So I'm just thinking maybe it's not that complicated, just you work out, you burn more than you take in, you try to eat healthy, you stick to the basics, grains and fruits and vegetables and meat and
Grains
fish.
are fucking terrible for you, man.
Really? See, I didn't know that. I always said
Yeah.
grains. Somebody told me grains.
Grains are not good for you. Most grains are bullshit. It's just carbohydrates.
All right, nuts and seeds. How about nuts and seeds?
Vegetables. Nuts are great.
All right.
Seeds are
Yeah.
great. Vegetables.
Almonds.
Almonds are fantastic.
See, I eat a
There
ton
you
of
go.
almonds.
Good.
All right. Yeah, look at that.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
I know.
High in
Right?
calories too.
Yeah, there you go.
They are
Yeah.
really good calories, healthy fats.
There were times when if we were traveling or whatever, and you were sitting in some safe house somewhere, and just waiting for something to happen, or you just happen to be